Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever felt like an afterthought in someone's life, despite your best efforts to be a priority? It's a frustrating experience to pour your heart into relationships only to find that your presence is undervalued. Whether it's with friends, family, or a partner, being overlooked can leave you feeling disheartened and questioning your self-worth. But what if there were strategies to change this dynamic, ensuring that you become a top priority in the lives of those you care about? In this guide, we will explore 18 powerful psychological strategies, enhanced with vivid examples and anecdotes, to help you transform your relationships and make others appreciate your true value. From cultivating mystery to showing empathy, each step is designed to elevate your significance in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to more fulfilling and balanced connections. Let's dive into these transformative techniques and revolutionize the way you're perceived and prioritized by those around you. T1. Be positive and optimistic. Maintaining a positive attitude can have a profound impact on how others perceive you. Imagine being around someone who always sees the silver lining in every situation. Their optimism can be infectious, making you feel more hopeful and enthusiastic about life. For instance, consider Jane, who always had a smile on her face and a kind word to say. Even during stressful times at work, she remained upbeat, encouraging her colleagues and helping them see the brighter side of things. Her positive energy made her a magnet for others, who sought her company for a boost of morale. By being a source of optimism, you not only improve your own outlook, but also become a person others want to be around, making you a priority in their lives. 2. Allow them to invest in you. Letting others invest time and effort in you creates a sense of commitment and value. Think of how a gardener feels about the plants they've nurtured from seeds. The more they care for them, the more attached they become. Similarly, when people invest their time, energy, or resources into you, they begin to see you as a significant part of their lives. For example, if a friend consistently helps you with a project or spends time teaching you a new skill, they're more likely to value your relationship deeply. This investment builds a stronger bond and ensures you hold a priority position in their lives. 3. Maintain some mystery. Keeping an air of mystery can be incredibly captivating. People are naturally drawn to the unknown, much like a moth to a flame. Consider the allure of a good mystery novel that keeps you turning pages late into the night. In relationships, revealing everything about yourself too quickly can diminish the excitement. Instead, drop hints about your interests and leave some stories for later. For example, if you're passionate about a unique hobby like underwater photography, mention your latest dive, but save the details for another conversation. This approach keeps others intrigued and eager to learn more about you, ensuring you remain a priority in their thoughts. 4. Encourage their growth. Supporting someone's personal and professional growth can solidify your importance in their life. Think of a mentor who not only teaches but also inspires their mentee to reach new heights. For instance, if your partner's aiming for a promotion at work, Help them prepare for their interviews, celebrate their small victories, and offer constructive feedback. When you show genuine interest in their progress and encourage their aspirations, you demonstrate that you care deeply about their future. This kind of support fosters a strong emotional connection, making you an invaluable part of their life and someone they prioritize. 5. Stop initiating communication all the time. Taking a step back from always being the one to initiate communication can shift the dynamics in your favor. When you're always the first to call or text, it can create an imbalance where the other person may start taking you for granted. Consider Sarah, who decided to stop texting her friend first for a week. Initially, she feared the silence, but soon her friend reached out, realizing how much they missed their conversations. By allowing others the space to initiate contact, you create a sense of mutual effort and appreciation. This not only balances the relationship, but also makes you a priority in their life, as they actively seek your presence. 6. Express appreciation and gratitude. Regularly expressing appreciation and gratitude can significantly strengthen relationships. Imagine the joy of receiving a heartfelt thank you note from a friend for simply being there. This small act of recognition can make you feel valued and cherished. For instance, if your colleague stays late to help you with a project, take a moment to express your gratitude sincerely. Tell them how much their support means to you and how it made a difference. Such gestures of appreciation build positive feelings and reinforce the bond between you, ensuring that you become someone they hold in high regard and prioritize in their life. 7. Respect their boundaries. Understanding and respecting personal boundaries is crucial in any relationship. Imagine a neighbor who constantly drops by unannounced versus one who respects your space and checks if it's a good time before visiting. The latter is more likely to be appreciated and valued. For example, if a friend seems overwhelmed with their workload, give them space instead of insisting on plans. Let them know you understand and are there for them when they're ready. This respect for their boundaries shows maturity and consideration, fostering a deeper trust. As a result, they will prioritize your relationship, knowing that you value their personal space and needs. 8. Create the fear of losing you. Creating the fear of losing you can make others realize your value. It's a powerful psychological technique, but it must be used wisely. Consider John, who felt taken for granted by his friends. He decided to become less available, focusing on his own hobbies and spending time with new people. His friends soon noticed his absence and began to reach out more, realizing how much they missed his presence. By stepping back slightly and investing time elsewhere, you can create a sense of urgency and appreciation. This technique, when balanced well, ensures that others recognize your importance and prioritize you in their lives. 9. Be a good listener. Being an attentive listener can significantly enhance your relationships. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone who listens intently, asks thoughtful questions, and offers empathetic responses. This kind of interaction makes you feel heard and valued. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, give them your full attention. Put away distractions, listen to their concerns, and acknowledge their feelings. Your genuine interest and understanding can make a profound impact. By being a good listener, you demonstrate that you value their experiences and emotions, which in turn makes you a priority in their life as they seek your supportive presence. 10. Avoid being always available. Being too available can sometimes lead to being taken for granted. Think of a restaurant that's always open versus one with limited exclusive hours. The latter often feels more special and valued. For example, if you're always ready to drop everything for a friend, they might start expecting it rather than appreciating it. Instead, balance your availability. Let them know you have other commitments and interests. This not only shows that you value your time, but also makes them value the moments you do spend together. By not always being available, you enhance the quality of your interactions and ensure you're seen as a priority, not just a convenience. 11. Develop shared interests. Engaging in activities or hobbies that both you and the other person enjoy can significantly strengthen your bond. Imagine two friends who bond over their love for hiking. They plan trips together, share experiences, and create lasting memories on the trails. These shared interests deepen their connection and ensure they prioritize spending time together. For example, if your partner loves cooking, take a cooking class together. This shared activity not only brings you closer, but also creates opportunities for quality time. Developing shared interests fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment, making you an integral part of their life. 12. Show consistency. Being dependable and consistent in your actions builds trust and reinforces your importance in someone's life. Think of a colleague who is always on time, meets deadlines, and follows through on commitments. Their reliability makes them invaluable to the team. For example, if you promise to help a friend move, ensure you show up as agreed. Consistency in your behavior shows that you are trustworthy and dependable. This reliability strengthens your relationships, making others more likely to prioritize you because they know they can count on you in both good times and bad. 13. Prioritize your needs. Focusing on your own needs ensures that you don't settle for less than you deserve. Think of someone who always puts others first, often feeling drained and unappreciated. By prioritizing your own needs, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. For example, if you know someone won't respect your time, limit your interactions with them. Surround yourself with people who see you as a priority. This self-respect not only enhances your well-being, but also signals to others that you value yourself. In turn, they are more likely to treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 14. Create your own happiness. Being self-sufficient and not depending on others for happiness can make you more attractive and balanced. Consider someone who pursues their passions, enjoys their own company, and finds joy in their achievements. Their independence and contentment make them appealing to others. For instance, if you love painting, dedicate time to your art and let it be a source of happiness. When you create your own happiness, you appear more balanced and self-assured. This not only enhances your overall well-being, but also makes you more attractive to others who see you as someone who doesn't rely on them for fulfillment. 15. Show empathy and compassion. Being empathetic and compassionate towards others' struggles and emotions fosters deep connections. Imagine a friend who always understands and supports you during tough times. Their empathy makes you feel valued and loved. For example, if a colleague is going through a rough patch, offer a listening ear and comforting words. Show that you understand their feelings and are there for them. This kind of emotional support builds strong, lasting bonds. By being empathetic and compassionate, you become someone others turn to in times of need, making you a priority in their lives as they appreciate your genuine care and understanding. 16. Don't make them the center of your life. Maintaining a distance and not making someone the center of your life can increase your value. Think of someone who's always available and revolves their life around others. They might be appreciated, but not necessarily prioritized. For example, if you have a friend who often takes your availability for granted, Start focusing on your own activities and interests. This creates a healthy balance and makes them realize your value. People are often attracted to things they can't have easily. By not making them the center of your life, you increase your allure and importance in their eyes. 17. Be willing to walk away. Being willing to walk away from someone who doesn't treat you well demonstrates self-respect and determination. Imagine a scenario where you're in a relationship that doesn't fulfill you, but you stay out of fear of being alone. By showing that you're not afraid to walk away, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and won't settle for less. For example, if a friend constantly disrespects your boundaries, let them know you're willing to end the friendship if things don't change. This stance often makes people reconsider their behavior. Knowing you're willing to walk away ensures that others treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 18. Be supportive and understanding. Showing genuine interest in others' concerns and offering support during difficult times can make you indispensable. Think of a friend who always listens without judgment and offers helpful advice. Their support is invaluable. For example, if your partner is stressed about work, take the time to listen and provide comfort without immediately jumping to solutions. This understanding approach shows that you care deeply about their well-being. Being supportive and understanding strengthens your relationships and makes others prioritize you, as they see you as a reliable source of comfort and support during challenging times. In conclusion, becoming a priority in someone's life is not about manipulation or changing who you are, but about understanding the dynamics of relationships and enhancing your interactions. By implementing these 18 powerful psychological strategies, you can shift the balance and ensure that you are valued and appreciated. Whether it's maintaining a positive outlook, allowing others to invest in you, or showing empathy and understanding, each technique contributes to building stronger, more meaningful connections. Remember, the key is to prioritize yourself first. When you respect and value your own needs, others will naturally follow suit. By fostering mutual respect, appreciation, and understanding, you create a foundation for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. These strategies are not just about being seen as a priority, but about cultivating genuine connections where both parties feel valued and important. As you incorporate these steps into your daily life, you will notice a transformation in how others perceive and prioritize you. Embrace these changes with confidence and watch as your relationships flourish, bringing you the recognition and respect you truly deserve. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more of our content to continue your journey towards stronger, more rewarding relationships.
Deception. It's such a peculiar thing, isn't it? The subtle art of concealing the truth, of twisting reality ever so slightly. We humans are strange creatures. We long for truth, yet we hide behind our own masks. And here's the paradox. Sometimes the ones we trust the most, the people who are closest to us, are the ones who engage in these little deceptions. It's not always out of malice, but often out of fear or insecurity. A desire to keep the world from seeing something too raw, too real. I remember a time when I believed I could always tell when someone was lying to me. Perhaps you've thought the same. We like to think we're good judges of character, that we can see through the veil of falsehood. But as life has a way of teaching us, reality is far more subtle, far more intricate. A lie is rarely obvious. It slips between words, in a slight change in expression, in the way someone's body turns away ever so slightly. Imagine, if you will, a person sitting across from you. They're speaking, and everything seems fine. But then you notice something. A slight hesitation, a shift in tone, a laugh where it doesn't belong. It's as if the truth is shimmering beneath the surface, almost calling out to you, yet still hidden. And in that moment, you can either turn away, choosing to preserve the comforting illusion, or you can look deeper, daring to see what lies beneath. So let us explore this together, not in judgment, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. Let's examine the subtle signs that someone might be hiding the truth from us. For these little tells, these small clues, are part of the rich tapestry of human behavior. And perhaps, in understanding them, we don't just learn how to see through deception. We learn a bit more about ourselves, our own hesitations, our own illusions. Are you ready to see beyond the mask? Let's dive in. 1. Laughing off serious topics. Have you ever tried to bring up something meaningful with someone, only to have them laugh it off like it's nothing? I know I have, and it's frustrating. At first it might seem like they're just trying to keep things light-hearted or avoid making the conversation too serious. But over time, you start to realize that this habit of laughing things off is more than just a quirky response. It's a way of dodging accountability. When someone brushes off serious issues with a chuckle or joke, they're not just avoiding the conversation, they're hiding from the truth. In one of my past relationships, I often felt disconnected, like we were slowly drifting apart. I'd try to bring it up, hoping we could talk it through, but every time I'd get that same awkward chuckle and a dismissive, "Oh, you're just overthinking it. Relax." At first, I let it slide. I convinced myself maybe I was being too intense, or maybe they were just uncomfortable with these kinds of talks. But the truth was, their laughter wasn't about me, or even about keeping things light. It was a shield against having to confront deeper issues. Here's the thing. Using humor to dodge serious topics isn't innocent. It shuts down the conversation, making it impossible to address the root problem. We're conditioned to think laughter is always a good thing, but when it's used to deflect, it creates a barrier to real communication. The more I allowed this to happen, the harder it became to feel connected. It's like a roadblock went up every time I tried to approach the truth, keeping us stuck in surface-level interactions. The deeper issue here is about emotional maturity. If someone can't talk about serious topics without trying to make a joke out of it, they're signaling that they're not ready or willing to be vulnerable or accountable. And that's a big problem. Real relationships need honest conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. If they laugh things off, don't let it slide. Ask, "Why is this funny to you?" Or, "Can we talk about this seriously?" Because humor shouldn't be a wall between you and the truth. When people avoid real talk, it's not just a small issue. It's a barrier to genuine connection, and that's something no relationship can survive. 2. Micro-expressions of guilt or fear. I used to think I was good at spotting lies until I learned about micro-expressions. These tiny, almost imperceptible facial expressions can reveal emotions like guilt or fear, no matter how hard someone tries to hide them. Think about it. A slight twitch in their brow, a flicker of discomfort in their eyes, or even a quick tightening of their lips. We don't usually notice these things, but once I started paying attention, I realized how much people's faces can give away. For example, I once had a friend who was late for a meetup. When I casually asked why, they shrugged it off with some vague excuse. But there was a fleeting look of panic, just for a second. It was so brief, but it was there. My gut told me something was off, but I brushed it aside. Later, I found out they'd actually been lying about where they were, and that quick micro-expression was a dead giveaway that I missed. Micro-expressions are fascinating because they're genuine. These aren't practiced, rehearsed responses. They're spontaneous reactions our bodies can't control, even when our minds are trying to be deceptive. Now, whenever I'm in a conversation and something feels off, I watch for these micro-expressions. They might only last a split second, but they're real indicators of hidden feelings. It's like seeing behind the mask for just a moment, catching a glimpse of what's actually going on. It sounds intense, but learning to notice micro-expressions has changed the way I interact with people. I no longer feel in the dark when something feels off. Instead, I trust my instincts and look for those subtle signs of guilt or fear. It's not about being paranoid, it's about being aware. We often talk about listening to words, but sometimes faces tell a much clearer story than anything else. So, if you're getting mixed signals from someone, pay close attention to those tiny changes in their expression. They might be giving you the truth they're not saying. 3. Body language. Body language can say more than words ever could, especially when it comes to honesty. I used to ignore subtle shifts in body language, thinking they were insignificant. But as I became more aware, I started noticing that people's actions often spoke louder than their words. One clear example: when someone's body is subtly turned away from you, even if they're engaged in conversation. I'll give you an example. I once had a friend who, whenever we discussed anything personal or uncomfortable, would slowly turn their body away. It was almost unconscious. At first, I thought I was reading into things, that maybe they just had a weird way of sitting. But the more it happened, the clearer it became. They'd shift away, crossing their arms or even looking around as if searching for an exit. Body language isn't accidental. When someone can't fully face you, it's often because they're hiding something or feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. It's almost as if their body is trying to physically escape the truth. And, just like with micro-expressions, these actions aren't calculated. They're raw, involuntary responses. When you notice someone's body turned away, especially during an important conversation, pay attention. It's a clue that something deeper might be going on. Over time, I've learned that if someone truly values honesty and connection, they'll face you directly, no matter how difficult the topic. They won't shy away or hide with their body. So if someone's angling away from you mid-conversation, it's not just bad posture. It's a subconscious sign that they're not entirely comfortable with the truth, and maybe they don't want you to see it either. 4. Changing the subject. Have you ever been in a conversation where you bring up a serious topic and suddenly the other person changes the subject? It's like a game of verbal dodgeball. You throw them a serious question and they instantly shift to something trivial. I used to think they were just scatterbrained or easily distracted, but now I know better. When someone frequently changes the subject during critical discussions, it's often because they're avoiding the truth. I experienced this firsthand in a past relationship. Every time I tried to discuss future plans, where we'd be in a year, our goals, even how we'd handle tough situations, the conversation would suddenly steer towards something totally unrelated, like dinner plans or a random funny story. I brushed it off at first, telling myself they were just uncomfortable with the topic, but deep down I knew something was wrong. Changing the subject isn't just a harmless shift in conversation, it's a tactic to dodge uncomfortable truths. And what I learned was that if someone truly respects you, they'll stay with you in those hard conversations. They won't take an escape route to avoid the issues. Sure, these topics can be uncomfortable, but genuine relationships are built on facing them head-on, not steering away. If you notice this in someone, it's okay to gently bring them back to the original topic. It might feel awkward, but it's a way of keeping them accountable. And if they continue to change the subject, take it as a sign. It's not about making them uncomfortable. It's about knowing that truth requires presence. Real conversations don't hide in the safety of unrelated topics. They're about facing what matters, even when it's tough. 5. Excessive justifications. One thing I've noticed about people who are hiding something is that they often feel the need to over-explain. Rather than giving a simple answer, they pile on details, making their story sound like they're trying a little too hard to be believable. I used to think that extra detail was a sign of openness, but over time I realized it can actually be a sign of deceit. Imagine asking someone a simple question like, "Why were you late?" And instead of a quick response, you get a long, drawn-out explanation. They start talking about every single red light, the traffic they hit, the exact sequence of events that led to them being late. It's like they're building a wall of words to cover something up. Now, I'm not saying everyone who over-explains is lying, but when explanations feel overly polished and rehearsed, it's worth paying attention. I once had a friend who did this constantly. Every time I asked them something small, they'd go into a monologue of justifications. At first, I thought they were just detail-oriented, but after a while, I started wondering why they felt the need to justify everything so thoroughly. It turned out they were hiding other things, using these justifications as a smokescreen to avoid suspicion. If you find someone excessively justifying their actions, ask yourself why. Honesty usually doesn't need a lot of padding. A straightforward answer is often enough. So if someone gives you an overly elaborate story, consider that it might be covering something up. Sometimes, the more people explain, the less they're actually telling you. Trust your gut on this one. 6. Vagueness when pressed for specifics. Nothing is more frustrating than trying to get a clear answer from someone who's being intentionally vague. You ask a direct question, expecting a straightforward answer, and instead you get something like, "Oh, things are moving along," or "We're in the early stages." It's like they're throwing words at you without giving you any real information. I used to think it was just their way of avoiding the question, but now I know that vagueness often points to something deeper. One time, I had a co-worker who loved talking about all the big projects they were working on, but whenever I'd ask for specifics, what companies they were collaborating with, the status of the project, they'd respond with these vague, almost poetic descriptions. No names, no facts, just a lot of empty words. Eventually, I found out that many of these projects were either stalled or completely fabricated. They relied on vague language to keep people from pressing further. Vagueness, I've learned, is a shield. People use it to avoid accountability because it's easier to backpedal on a vague statement than on a concrete detail. If someone truly has nothing to hide, they won't mind giving you specifics. So if you notice someone dodging details, take it as a sign. Ask a few follow-up questions, and if they keep dancing around the answer, there's likely a reason for it. Vagueness can seem harmless, but it's often a telltale sign of something being hidden. 7. Inconsistent stories. One of the easiest ways to spot a lie is by paying attention to inconsistencies in someone's story. If someone is telling the truth, their story usually stays the same, even when repeated. But when someone's lying, they tend to forget details or change parts of their story without realizing it. I've learned to notice these small changes because they often signal something bigger. Once, a friend told me about an amazing job offer they received, with all the perks and benefits. But the next time they brought it up, a few details had shifted. They mentioned a different job title, a new location, and even changed who had interviewed them. These were minor discrepancies, but they added up, making me question the entire story. Eventually, I found out they'd exaggerated parts of the offer, trying to make it sound better than it actually was. Inconsistent stories are like loose threads. Pull on them, and the whole thing starts to unravel. When you notice these discrepancies, don't ignore them. Ask for clarification and see if the story holds up. People who are telling the truth usually don't mind repeating themselves or correcting small details, but a liar's story is often inconsistent because they're trying to keep track of too many falsehoods. Consistency is a hallmark of honesty, so trust your instincts when things don't add up. 8. Defensiveness. Have you ever asked someone a simple question and been met with an over-the-top defensive reaction? I have, and it's almost always a sign that something's wrong. Defensiveness can be a natural response to criticism, but when it's an extreme reaction to a harmless question, it often means the person is hiding something. In college, I worked on a group project with someone who would react defensively every time I asked for an update. Even a casual, "How's it going with the report?" would set them off, accusing me of micromanaging or not trusting them. At first, I brushed it off, thinking maybe they just didn't like being managed. But over time, I realized that their defensiveness was actually a sign of guilt. They hadn't been doing their part of the project and were trying to cover it up. People who are being honest don't usually feel the need to defend themselves so aggressively. They're calm, straightforward, and open. On the other hand, someone with something to hide will go into overdrive, turning the tables to make you feel like you're the one being intrusive. If you encounter this type of defensiveness, don't back down. Take it as a cue to look closer because, more often than not, it's a sign that something's being hidden. 9. Not listening. Listening is a basic part of communication, but many people don't truly listen. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. This isn't just a conversational faux pas. It can actually be a sign of deception. When someone's lying or hiding something, they often can't fully engage because they're preoccupied with managing their own narrative. I used to know someone who would nod and smile during conversations, but rarely responded in a way that made me feel heard. Whenever I'd ask them something important or try to discuss an issue, they'd give quick, shallow responses or change the topic entirely. At first I thought it was just their personality, but eventually I realized they were hiding things, using this lack of engagement as a way to avoid going deeper. Not listening isn't just disrespectful, it's a red flag. If someone truly values you and is being honest, they'll be engaged in the conversation, actively listening and responding meaningfully. But when they're checked out or only half listening, it's often because they're more focused on what they're hiding than on the actual discussion. Trust your intuition when someone isn't fully present. It's a clue that something might be off. 10. Over-polished details. One of the biggest red flags I've learned to watch for is when someone's story sounds too perfect. Real life is messy and unpredictable. It rarely follows a flawless script. When someone's story is packed with overly polished details, it can be a sign that they've rehearsed it, constructing a perfect narrative to avoid suspicion. I once knew someone who loved telling stories that sounded like they were straight out of a movie. Everything was dramatic and timed to perfection, with every detail perfectly placed. They'd recount scenes with cinematic clarity, down to the exact time, weather, and background noise. I loved the stories at first, but then I started wondering how they could remember everything so perfectly. Eventually I found out they had exaggerated many parts, crafting these stories to sound more impressive. Over-polished stories can be captivating, but they're often too good to be true. Real memories are rarely flawless. They're filled with small imperfections. So if someone's story sounds like it was rehearsed for the big screen, take a step back. Ask a few clarifying questions and see how they respond. If the details start to unravel, it's likely that they're not being entirely truthful. People who have nothing to hide don't need their stories to be perfect. They just need them to be real. And so, we arrive at the end of this little exploration, our journey through the mysterious terrain of truth and deception. It's fascinating, isn't it? The subtle signs, the nuanced gestures, the half-hidden glances, all small ripples on the surface of a vast, complex human experience. Perhaps now you see that detecting a lie isn't about seeking to expose others or holding ourselves above them. Rather, it's about cultivating awareness, about learning to tune into the delicate dance of honesty and concealment that we all, in our own ways, participate in. In understanding these signs, you're not just learning how to spot a lie, you're inviting yourself to look more deeply, to be more present with others and, most importantly, with yourself. For isn't it true that the more we seek honesty in others, the more we must embrace it within ourselves? The masks we wear, the illusions we cling to, they're not just out there in the world of others. They're within us as well, woven into our own habits and fears. So, I encourage you to reflect. What have you seen in yourself and others that hints at a concealed truth? Where have you observed these small ripples, these delicate signs that speak louder than words? And what, if anything, will you do differently now that you know? Please share your thoughts. I'd love to know what you've discovered, what insights have arisen as we've delved into this strange and wonderful topic together. After all, understanding is something we build together. So, let's keep the conversation going and see where it leads. Imagine a life where every setback becomes fuel for growth, where validation isn't needed from anyone but yourself, and your peace is truly unbreakable. The ancient Stoics lived through unimaginable challenges, yet found ways to cultivate an inner strength that could weather any storm. They saw resilience as a mindset, a way to thrive, not just survive. What if you could harness that same power? What if you could pursue your dreams quietly, free from the pull of others' opinions, moving through life with intention and purpose? Today I'll share 12 Stoic-inspired principles, a roadmap for building unshakable confidence, focusing your energy, and outsmarting life's chaos. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're practical tools for modern resilience. If you're ready to turn inward and build the kind of strength that truly lasts, let's dive into the first principle. 1. Nurture my aspirations in silence. When I have a dream or goal, the excitement makes me want to share it with others. But I've learned that sometimes the best thing I can do for my aspirations is to keep them close, to let them grow quietly in my own mind before exposing them to the outside world. The Stoics taught that dreams need nurturing in solitude because, early on, they're fragile, vulnerable to others' doubts and skepticism. By protecting my dreams from premature exposure, I give them the space to strengthen, evolve, and align with my own values. Keeping my aspirations private helps me stay focused on my true motivation, the internal why that drives me. When I share too early, I risk shifting my focus from achieving the goal to seeking others' approval. By holding back, I'm able to build a deeper commitment to my vision, grounded in my own excitement and determination. This practice allows me to recalibrate and adapt freely without feeling the weight of external expectations. Over time, I've realized that my aspirations are often best shared only when they've matured and are ready to stand strong on their own. When the moment comes to bring others into my vision, I do so with the confidence of knowing I've nurtured it authentically. This quiet, deliberate approach reminds me of a Stoic truth. True power comes from action, not from words. By allowing my dreams to develop privately, I'm able to move toward them with a sense of quiet confidence that no amount of external influence can shake. 2. Avoid gossip and focus on self-improvement. It's easy to get drawn into conversations about others, to focus on their flaws, decisions, or situations. But when I spend energy on gossip, I'm not just talking about others. I'm losing precious time and focus that I could use to improve myself. The Stoics remind me that my energy is finite, and every minute spent judging others is a minute I'm not dedicating to my own growth. Instead of discussing others, I aim to turn my focus inward. Gossip can be a subtle drain on my peace of mind and an unnecessary source of comparison and negativity. By avoiding it, I'm not just creating a more positive environment. I'm also cultivating a mindset focused on growth, compassion, and self-awareness. I've seen the difference it makes in my relationships as well. When I steer clear of gossip, I contribute to a culture of respect, trust, and integrity, where people know I value them for who they are, not for judgments I may pass behind their backs. This principle has a powerful impact on my inner peace too. When I focus on self-improvement rather than others' flaws, I experience more clarity and calm. I'm less likely to compare myself or judge others, which brings me greater satisfaction and a clearer sense of purpose. This Stoic approach reminds me that every moment spent improving myself is an investment in becoming a better, stronger version of myself, one who can contribute positively to the world. 3. Protect my energy. Energy is one of my most precious resources, and the Stoics taught me that managing it wisely is key to a fulfilling life. Each day, I encounter distractions, pressures, and minor stresses that can easily sap my energy if I'm not careful. Whether it's getting lost in social media, engaging in unnecessary drama, or worrying about things beyond my control, I've learned that I need to be intentional about where I direct my focus. Protecting my energy means setting boundaries around activities and people that drain me, and instead prioritizing those that uplift me and align with my values. For instance, while empathy is essential, I don't have to constantly surround myself with negativity or situations that disrupt my peace. This sometimes means creating physical or emotional distance to maintain my well-being. I'm better able to give my energy to what truly matters when I'm intentional about what I allow into my life. My own thoughts can be one of the biggest drains on my energy, especially if I let them spiral into worry or self-doubt. By practicing mental discipline, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I conserve energy and keep a calm mind. I've come to see that by protecting my energy, I'm actually investing in my resilience and ability to be present. This approach doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means engaging with them strategically and sustainably, so I have the energy to make meaningful progress in all aspects of my life. 4. Don't boast about your achievements. When I accomplish something meaningful, It's natural to want to share it, to let others know about the hard work I put in. But the Stoics teach us something profound here. True success doesn't need a spotlight. If my achievements are genuine, they'll be evident in the way I carry myself, in the impact of my actions, and in the respect I've earned over time, not in the amount of praise I receive. Whenever I boast, I shift my focus away from the purpose behind the work and onto the accolades. And the more I seek validation from others, the less I feel satisfied within myself. Instead, by practicing quiet humility, I can find fulfillment in the work itself. This shift helps me stay grounded. Rather than seeking recognition, I put my energy into learning and growing, becoming better with each effort. I think of a gardener tending their plants day after day. When their garden blooms, the beauty is evident to anyone who sees it. The gardener doesn't need to shout about their skill because the results speak for themselves. By embodying this principle, I remind myself that my actions and dedication are what really matter, not the approval of others. Letting my work do the talking creates an inner confidence, one that's far more fulfilling than any praise I might receive. In the end, I find that humility brings deeper, more lasting respect. People appreciate authenticity, and by focusing on the work rather than the rewards, I build genuine connections with those around me. By embodying this approach, I cultivate a sense of pride that's rooted in who I am and what I stand for, not just what I've achieved. 5. Keep your next move. Private. There's a certain strength in keeping my plans close to my chest. It's tempting to talk about my goals, to share every detail with those around me. But I found that discussing my intentions too early can sometimes backfire. When I reveal my next steps, I invite opinions, doubts, and even judgments from others that can distract me from my purpose. By keeping my plans to myself, I'm able to focus fully on the actions that will make my goals a reality. I can take each step deliberately, free from the noise of external influence. The Stoics knew that action is more powerful than words. They understood that the future is uncertain, and that sharing plans prematurely can create unnecessary pressure. When I act in silence, I protect my focus, giving my dreams the space they need to grow strong. In practice, this means I stay accountable to myself first. If I talk too much about what I plan to do, it can feel like I've already accomplished something, and that sometimes reduces my drive to actually follow through. Keeping my intentions private helps me stay committed, ensuring that my focus remains sharp and my goals unclouded by outside input. Ultimately, this approach reinforces my resilience. By embracing this principle, I'm not just taking steps toward my goals. I'm strengthening my ability to follow through, regardless of what others may think. When the time is right, I'll reveal my progress, but only when I've already built something worth showing. 6. Practice gratitude in solitude. Taking time to practice gratitude, especially in solitude, has become essential to my well-being. In today's world, where we're encouraged to share every moment and seek external validation, I find solace in quietly reflecting on the things I appreciate. In these moments of solitude, I'm able to connect deeply with what truly matters to me. When I'm alone with my thoughts, I'm free from distractions. And this is where gratitude has its deepest impact. I'm not performing for an audience or looking for reactions. I'm simply acknowledging the gifts in my life, big and small. This quiet practice helps me cultivate a genuine sense of contentment, one that isn't dependent on external circumstances. The Stoics believe that gratitude is a foundation for resilience because it shifts focus from what's lacking to what's already present. During these moments, I notice that my perspective shifts. Challenges don't feel as overwhelming because I'm reminded of the support, opportunities, and strengths I already have. By building a gratitude practice in private, I foster a sense of inner peace and resilience. I'm able to face difficulties with a lighter heart, knowing I have a well of gratitude to draw from. Gratitude in solitude also strengthens my relationships. When I approach others from a place of appreciation, they feel it, even if I don't explicitly express it. I bring more positivity into my interactions and become a source of calm and encouragement for those around me. This quiet practice, I've found, builds a reserve of strength that serves me in every area of life. 7. Guard your weaknesses. There's power in understanding my weaknesses, but I don't need to broadcast them to the world. The Stoics remind me that vulnerabilities can be exploited, especially if shared too openly. Acknowledging my weaknesses is crucial for growth, yet by working on them privately, I protect myself from unnecessary scrutiny or judgment. If I openly discuss every flaw, it's easy for others to form a skewed perspective of who I am, focusing more on my struggles than on my strengths. When I keep my weaknesses guarded, I give myself the space to improve at my own pace. I'm not hiding from my challenges. I'm simply choosing to work on them away from prying eyes. This way, I can approach self-improvement with confidence, free from the pressure of others' opinions. Guarding my weaknesses also helps me build resilience. When I work on overcoming challenges quietly, I'm developing skills and strengths that are authentic and deeply rooted. I'm not improving because others expect it of me. I'm doing it for myself. This approach helps me stay focused on my own journey without comparing myself to others. In essence, I'm creating a fortress within myself, one that's reinforced by my own quiet dedication. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm not just becoming stronger, I'm building an unshakable sense of self-reliance. When I eventually emerge with newfound strengths, I do so with confidence, knowing that I overcame my weaknesses on my own terms. 8. Don't overthink or dwell on challenges. Challenges are inevitable, but dwelling on them rarely brings relief or progress. When I face difficulties, it's tempting to overanalyze or complain, but I found that this only amplifies the issue. The Stoics encourage us to address challenges with a solution-oriented mindset, directing our energy toward what we can control instead of fixating on what's wrong. In practice, this means shifting my focus to action. Instead of getting stuck in a loop of worry, I break down the problem into manageable steps. I remind myself that challenges aren't meant to defeat me. They're opportunities to grow, to develop resilience and resourcefulness. When I view obstacles this way, I find that they lose much of their intimidating power. This approach doesn't mean ignoring my feelings. I can acknowledge my frustration or disappointment, but I don't let it consume me. By choosing not to dwell, I'm reclaiming control over my response to life setbacks. This perspective has taught me to be proactive, to seek solutions rather than get lost in the problem. Leaders who approach challenges with this mindset become a source of calm and stability. When others see that I'm able to move forward without getting bogged down by every obstacle, it inspires confidence and creates a sense of shared resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm able to handle adversity with a clear mind and a steady heart, always focused on moving forward. 9. Keep your kindness private. When I do something kind, the Stoics remind me that the reward lies in the act itself. In a world where it's common to post about every good deed, there's something deeply satisfying about kindness done quietly. True virtue, they taught, doesn't seek recognition or applause. It's motivated by a genuine desire to contribute positively to the world. By keeping my acts of kindness private, I reinforce that my intentions are pure. I'm not helping others to boost my ego or reputation, but simply because it feels right. This practice also encourages humility, reminding me that the focus isn't on me, it's on the impact I'm creating. When I help others quietly, I feel connected to something bigger than myself, which brings a profound sense of fulfillment. The beauty of unspoken kindness is that it often inspires others. People notice kindness even when it's not broadcasted. It's a quiet strength, one that builds trust and respect over time. When I do good for its own sake, I foster a more compassionate mindset. I'm not as focused on the external rewards. Instead, I feel joy in knowing I've contributed positively, even if no one else is aware. This private kindness has an interesting ripple effect. Those around me may feel encouraged to act in the same way, to help others without needing a stage. By embodying kindness as a personal value, I create a subtle yet powerful influence, inspiring others to lead with compassion too. 10. Seek feedback wisely. Feedback is essential for growth, but I've learned that not all feedback is equally beneficial. The Stoics valued humility and self-awareness, yet they also knew that opening ourselves to everyone's opinions could cloud our judgment. Seeking feedback wisely means choosing mentors and confidants who genuinely understand my goals and have my best interests at heart. When I carefully select the sources of my feedback, I create a support system rooted in trust. I'm not swayed by every passing opinion. Instead, I'm guided by those who respect my journey and offer insights grounded in experience. This practice helps me avoid the pitfalls of trying to please everyone, which is often an impossible and exhausting task. Choosing my sources of feedback also keeps me focused. Instead of being pulled in multiple directions by conflicting advice, I can make adjustments that are aligned with my true values. This approach builds resilience. I become more confident in my decisions, knowing that the feedback I receive comes from people who understand my vision and support my growth. In doing this, I foster a growth mindset that's intentional rather than reactive. I'm actively shaping my journey, refining my approach based on insights that are relevant and constructive. By seeking feedback wisely, I stay connected to my purpose, refining my strengths without getting lost in a sea of opinions. 11. Value discretion. Choose wisely who you trust. Not every thought, goal, or challenge is meant to be shared with everyone. The Stoics believed that our inner world is sacred, a place to be shared only with those who have earned our trust. Discretion allows me to protect my boundaries, to choose carefully who I let into my inner circle. By doing this, I create a safe space where I can be vulnerable, authentic, and open without fear of judgment. Choosing who to trust isn't about being secretive or closed off. It's about honoring my own values and personal growth. When I surround myself with people who genuinely respect and support me, I feel a sense of security. I know I'm sharing with those who understand the weight of my words and who genuinely care for my well-being. Practicing discretion also cultivates self-reliance. By not needing to disclose everything, I learn to process and work through challenges internally, building a deeper sense of confidence and self-trust. I become more resilient, knowing that I don't need constant external validation to feel secure in my decisions. This principle of discretion, I've found, also strengthens my relationships. When I'm selective with what I share, I give those closest to me a special role in my life. They know that I trust them deeply, which builds mutual respect and strengthens the bond we share. 12. Practice strategic solitude. In a constantly connected world, solitude might seem unnecessary or even uncomfortable. But I've learned that solitude isn't about loneliness. It's about creating intentional space for self-discovery and growth. The Stoics embrace solitude as a time to reflect, to align with their values, and to cultivate a deep inner peace that can't be found in the noise of the outside world. When I take time for solitude, I allow myself to step back from daily pressures and distractions. This quiet time lets me reconnect with my true intentions and assess if my actions align with my values. By carving out space for reflection, I'm able to see my path more clearly. I gain perspective, which often reveals solutions to challenges or brings clarity to my next steps. In solitude, I'm able to explore my thoughts and emotions without external influence. This is where I learn who I am at my core, free from the expectations of others. It's a time for personal growth, for cultivating resilience, and for finding peace within myself. When I make solitude a regular practice, I develop a stronger foundation, one that supports me in all aspects of life. Solitude also enhances my relationships. By taking time to center myself, I'm able to bring more clarity and presence to my interactions. I show up more authentically, more grounded, and better equipped to handle challenges with a calm demeanor. This practice of strategic solitude, the Stoics believed, is an essential part of building inner strength, because it's only when we truly know ourselves that we can lead and inspire others effectively. As we wrap up, take a moment to imagine the impact of these principles in your own life, the quiet confidence, the focused energy, and the unshakable resilience. The Stoics teach us that true strength doesn't come from what others see, but from what we cultivate within. By embracing these timeless principles, you're not just navigating life's challenges, you're mastering them, turning each moment into an opportunity for growth. So, which principle resonates most with you? How will you start applying this wisdom? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's inspire each other to build lives grounded in purpose, resilience, and inner peace. Remember, the journey to wisdom is lifelong, but every step forward brings you closer to the strength you already hold within.
Here are 10 shocking signs. Your partner is cheating on you and how to deal with this problem. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, a foundation upon which love and companionship are built. When that foundation begins to feel shaky, it can leave you questioning not just your partner's actions, but also your own perceptions. Infidelity, though painful to consider, is a reality that many face in their relationships. Recognizing its warning signs is not about paranoia or mistrust, but about understanding the dynamics of your connection with your partner. This article isn't meant to incite fear or cast doubt unnecessarily. Its purpose is to empower you with knowledge and awareness. By understanding the signs of potential infidelity, you can approach your relationship with clarity, courage, and, most importantly, fairness. Each sign presented here is not definitive evidence of betrayal, but rather a signal to examine your partnership more closely. Often, these signs are rooted in broader relational issues that can be addressed with open communication and mutual effort. However, it is critical to approach these signs with a balanced mind. Jumping to conclusions without context or evidence can harm the trust you're trying to preserve. This is where wisdom and self-control come into play, traits Stoicism teaches us to cultivate. Before acting, reflect. Before accusing, seek understanding. And above all, recognize that your happiness and self-worth are not defined by the actions of another. Let this exploration be a guide for those seeking clarity and growth. Whether your suspicions are confirmed or proven unfounded, the process will help you better understand yourself, your values, and your needs. Relationships, at their best, are built on honesty and mutual respect. Let us now explore the signs that may signal trouble, not as a means to fear the worst, but as a step toward fostering greater understanding and trust in your relationship. 1. Sudden changes in behavior or routine. When someone starts acting differently without a clear reason, it can signal that something significant is happening beneath the surface. A partner who was once predictable in their daily habits may suddenly develop erratic routines or unexplained commitments. While change is natural, abrupt shifts that lack transparency can be a cause for closer attention. Imagine a scenario where your partner, who rarely worked late, suddenly has urgent projects keeping them at the office well into the evening. When you ask about their schedule, the answers are vague or dismissive. Perhaps they've taken up a new hobby or activity they never expressed interest in before, but are unwilling to share details or involve you in it. Such changes can stem from many things: stress, personal growth, or even a desire for independence. However, if these behaviors are accompanied by secrecy or defensiveness, they might indicate that your partner is redirecting time and energy away from the relationship. The key here is to observe, not accuse. Note the frequency and patterns of these changes. Are they consistent and reasonable, or do they feel like excuses? Avoid jumping to conclusions. Instead, seek opportunities for honest dialogue. Ask open-ended questions such as, "I've noticed some changes in your schedule. How are things going for you?" This invites a response without confrontation. In relationships, change can either strengthen bonds or create distance. By remaining calm and attentive, you can better understand whether these shifts are part of your partner's personal journey or signs of a deeper issue. Always remember, clarity comes from observation, communication, and above all, maintaining your inner composure. 2. Increased secrecy with phone or devices. In today's connected world, our devices are extensions of our lives. A sudden increase in secrecy around a phone, laptop, or tablet can raise questions. This could include password changes, keeping their screen out of view, or stepping out of the room to take calls. For instance, your partner might start placing their phone face down on the table or become anxious when you're near it. They may lock their device when it was previously accessible or grow defensive when you casually ask about who they're texting. While privacy is important in any relationship, excessive secrecy can signal that something is amiss. It's worth considering whether the behavior is consistent with their usual habits or a noticeable departure. Are they avoiding conversations when their phone rings or quickly dismissing notifications when you're nearby? Before assuming the worst, reflect on the context. Could they be planning a surprise or dealing with personal matters they're not ready to share? Instead of prying, open a dialogue. "I've noticed you've been more protective of your phone lately. Is there something on your mind?" This approach shows concern rather than suspicion. It's important to respect boundaries while ensuring that secrecy isn't eroding trust. A healthy relationship thrives on transparency, even when privacy is maintained. Remember, your goal isn't to control their behavior, but to foster openness and understanding. 3. Emotional distance or lack of interest. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. When your partner begins to withdraw emotionally, it's often a sign that something deeper is going on. This withdrawal can manifest as disinterest in shared activities, a lack of engagement in conversations, or a noticeable absence of empathy and connection. For example, imagine your partner no longer asks about your day, seems distracted during conversations, or avoids discussing future plans. If you share exciting news and are met with indifference or disinterest, it can feel isolating. This emotional gap may leave you questioning what has changed and why. While emotional distance doesn't always indicate infidelity, it does suggest that the bond between you is under strain. Approach this shift with curiosity rather than accusation. You might say, "I've been feeling a little disconnected lately. How do you feel about where we're at?" Such questions can open the door to honest dialogue and potentially address underlying issues. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our reactions and responses. Use this moment to reflect on your relationship's dynamics and how you can contribute to rebuilding emotional closeness, regardless of the cause. 4. Suspicious financial transactions or unexplained expenses. Money often tells a story, and in some cases, it can reveal hidden aspects of a relationship. If your partner begins spending money in unusual ways or has unexplained transactions, it's worth taking note. Signs include new purchases you weren't informed about, increased ATM withdrawals, or strange charges on credit card statements. For example, you might notice charges for gifts you didn't receive, hotel stays, or unexplained travel expenses. Perhaps your partner has less disposable income than usual, yet their explanations don't quite add up. While financial habits can change for many reasons, secrecy or vagueness around money is a potential red flag. Before jumping to conclusions, consider the full picture. Are they under financial stress they haven't shared, or could there be a legitimate reason for these expenses? A calm, non-accusatory approach is key. "I noticed some new expenses on the statement and wanted to check in. Everything okay?" This shows concern rather than blame. Financial transparency is a cornerstone of trust in any partnership. Addressing these concerns directly but calmly can clarify misunderstandings or highlight areas that need attention. As a Stoic, focus on managing your thoughts and reactions while working toward clarity and truth. 5. Frequent arguments or picking fights. Unnecessarily. Conflict is natural in any relationship, but when arguments become frequent, petty, or seem to arise without clear cause, it could be a sign of underlying issues. A partner who starts picking fights over trivial matters might be using conflict as a way to create emotional distance or justify spending time apart. For example, a small mistake like forgetting to pick up groceries turns into a full-blown argument, or they might criticize you for behaviors they previously accepted. This sudden irritability or hypersensitivity often feels out of place and disproportionate. While arguments are not definitive proof of infidelity, they can indicate that something is disrupting the emotional equilibrium of your relationship. Instead of engaging in reactive behavior, take a step back and evaluate the patterns. Ask yourself, has this behavior become a norm? Is it paired with other concerning signs? When addressing these conflicts, try a calm and reflective approach. "I've noticed we've been arguing more lately. Is there something we need to talk about?" Such conversations can diffuse tension and invite honest dialogue. The Stoic perspective reminds us that we cannot control others' actions, only our response. Stay grounded, observe without judgment, and focus on maintaining your inner peace even amidst emotional turbulence. 6. Change in appearance or personal grooming habits. A sudden and significant change in your partner's appearance or grooming habits can be a sign that they're seeking external validation. While self-improvement is natural and commendable, unexplained efforts to look more attractive, combined with other suspicious behaviors, might warrant attention. Imagine your partner suddenly starts dressing more stylishly, using new cologne, or spending extra time at the gym. These changes could stem from a desire to impress someone new, especially if they don't involve you or your input. It's essential to consider the context. Are these changes tied to a new job, social circle, or personal goals? If so, they might be entirely innocent. However, if they're accompanied by increased secrecy or emotional distance, it could be a red flag. Address your observations with curiosity, not accusation. You've been putting a lot of effort into your appearance lately. It's great. What's inspired the change? This opens the door for an honest response while showing support for their efforts. As a Stoic, avoid jumping to conclusions or letting assumptions cloud your judgment. Focus on facts and approach the situation with grace and patience. Self-improvement can strengthen relationships when it's shared, so use this opportunity to reconnect. 7. Mysterious new friendships or acquaintances. A partner frequently mentioning or spending time with a new friend, especially one you haven't met, can raise questions. If they're vague about this person or seem reluctant to introduce you, it might indicate they're hiding something. For instance, your partner might reference a new co-worker or friend in casual conversation, but deflect when you ask more about them. They may claim these interactions are purely professional or platonic, but avoid sharing details or involving you in their plans. While new friendships are normal and healthy, secrecy around them isn't. A partner who values transparency will naturally include you in their social life. If you feel excluded or left in the dark, it's worth gently probing. You've mentioned person's name a few times. When do I get to meet them? The Stoic approach emphasizes reason over emotion. Resist letting jealousy or insecurity take over. Instead, focus on observing patterns and maintaining open communication. Trust is built on clarity, and seeking mutual understanding can either strengthen your relationship or highlight areas that need attention. 8. Unexplained absences or vague explanations. When a partner frequently disappears or offers vague explanations for their whereabouts, it can signal a shift in priorities. While everyone deserves personal time, a lack of clarity or consistency about how that time is spent may indicate something more concerning. For example, they might claim they're running errands, but return hours later with no clear outcome. Or they might attend social events or outings, but avoid sharing details or photos, leaving you wondering what really happened. It's important to differentiate between occasional absences and a pattern of avoidance. Ask yourself, have they started cancelling plans with you? Are they spending less time at home without reasonable explanations? Instead of reacting with suspicion, approach the situation calmly. You've seemed really busy lately. What's been going on? This gives them a chance to explain without feeling accused. If the response remains vague or defensive, it's worth noting and observing over time. A Stoic mindset reminds us to focus on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, and our choices. Don't let the anxiety of the unknown consume you. Seek clarity, but remain composed, using this opportunity to reflect on your expectations and the relationship's transparency. 9. Decrease in intimacy or physical connection. Physical intimacy is a crucial part of many relationships, and a noticeable decline in affection or physical connection can signal emotional or relational challenges. While it's normal for intimacy to fluctuate, a sudden or unexplained decrease may be worth exploring. Imagine your partner starts avoiding touch, cuddling, or sex, often citing tiredness or stress. If this behavior is paired with other signs of detachment, it could indicate they're emotionally or physically investing elsewhere. However, it's essential to consider other factors that might be affecting them, such as work pressure, health issues, or personal struggles. Avoid making assumptions without first seeking understanding. Approach the topic with sensitivity. I've noticed we haven't been as close lately. Is everything okay? I'd love to reconnect. This opens the door for honest dialogue and helps identify whether the issue stems from external stress or the relationship itself. Stoicism teaches us to temper our emotions and focus on constructive action. Instead of dwelling on what's lacking, look for ways to rebuild intimacy through communication, shared experiences, and patience. A relationship thrives when both partners work together to nurture its emotional and physical bonds. 10. Intuition or gut feeling. Indicating something is wrong. Sometimes our instincts sense trouble before we have tangible proof. A persistent gut feeling that something isn't right in your relationship can be unsettling, especially when it's difficult to pinpoint why. For instance, you might notice subtle changes in their tone, a lack of enthusiasm in their interactions, or an unspoken tension when you're together. These feelings may not come with concrete evidence, but they're often your subconscious picking up on inconsistencies. While intuition is valuable, it's important to approach it with balance and reason. Instead of letting it fuel paranoia, use it as a cue to observe patterns and ask thoughtful questions. Reflect on whether this feeling stems from real changes in the relationship or personal fears and insecurities. Start a calm conversation. I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. How do you think we're doing? This allows for open dialogue and gives them a chance to address any concerns. A Stoic perspective encourages us to trust our reason over unchecked emotions. Let your intuition guide you toward clarity, not confrontation. By seeking understanding and focusing on constructive action, you can either confirm your concerns or find peace in knowing your doubts were unfounded. Solutions and how to approach the situation. Recognizing potential signs of infidelity can be distressing, but how you respond makes all the difference. The goal is not to let suspicion consume you, but to navigate the situation with clarity, wisdom, and emotional strength. Here are some constructive approaches. 1. Open and honest communication. The cornerstone of resolving any relationship issue is clear and respectful communication. Once you've observed consistent patterns that concern you, address them calmly. Avoid accusations or emotional outbursts, as these can escalate the situation. Instead, frame your observations neutrally. I've noticed some changes in our relationship lately, and I wanted to talk about it because I care about us. This approach invites dialogue rather than defensiveness. Your tone and intent should signal your desire to understand and work together, not to blame. 2. Observe patterns over time. One moment of secrecy or change in behavior doesn't equate to betrayal. Look for consistent behaviors rather than isolated incidents. Keep a mental or written log of what you observe, focusing on facts rather than assumptions. This helps you remain objective and prevents impulsive reactions. Patience is a virtue. Let time reveal the truth. Trust your ability to remain composed as you gather clarity. 3. Seek advice from trusted sources. Sometimes an outside perspective can help. Share your concerns with a trusted friend, family member, or counselor. Ensure this person can provide balanced, non-judgmental advice. If your emotions feel overwhelming, a therapist or relationship coach can help you navigate them constructively. However, maintain discretion to protect your partner's privacy and avoid spreading unverified concerns. 4. Focus on self-care and personal clarity. Dealing with uncertainty in a relationship can be emotionally draining. Take steps to prioritize your well-being. Journaling. Write down your thoughts and emotions to gain perspective. Self-reflection. Assess your role in the relationship and whether your needs are being met. Therapy or counseling. Professional guidance can help you untangle your feelings and make sound decisions. The Stoic way teaches us to control what we can, our mindset and actions, while accepting what we cannot. Self-care is essential to maintain clarity and composure. By focusing on communication, patience, and self-awareness, you can address your concerns thoughtfully and respectfully. Whether your fears are validated or not, these steps will help you grow stronger, wiser, and more in tune with yourself and your relationship. Recognizing signs of infidelity is a challenging journey, but it doesn't have to lead to despair. Relationships are built on trust, and addressing concerns openly can either reinforce that trust or bring clarity to what needs change. Avoid assumptions or rash actions. Instead, approach the situation with patience and wisdom. Focus on communication, observe behaviors over time, and prioritize your emotional health. Whether you move forward together or separately, this process will help you grow and develop deeper self-awareness. In the end, remember this truth: your worth is not defined by someone else's actions. By embracing clarity and resilience, you can navigate any challenge with grace and strength, paving the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. If you found this content insightful, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on navigating life and relationships, and share your thoughts or takeaways in the comments below. Have you noticed any of these signs before? How did you approach the situation? Your experiences could provide valuable perspectives for others. Thank you for watching, and remember, the path to clarity begins with understanding yourself and the connections you choose to nurture.
Ever found yourself endlessly waiting for a reply from someone who just won't text back? You feel ignored, confused, and maybe even frustrated. But what if I told you that this situation isn't a reflection of your worth, but a hidden opportunity to flip the script? In today's video, we're diving into a Stoic approach to handling silence and rejection with power and control. It's not about playing games or manipulating. This is about becoming your strongest, most resilient self. You'll learn why her silence doesn't define you and how, with the right mindset, you can transform this situation into a massive boost for your confidence and self-worth. Imagine not just handling being ignored, but thriving because of it. We're going to cover actionable steps, from staying calm and unbothered to embracing the power of silence and detachment. By the end of this video, you won't be reacting to someone else's behavior. You'll be responding with poise and purpose. Stick around to discover how to harness the timeless wisdom of Stoicism to take control, build your confidence, and make sure you're the one setting the pace in any relationship. 1. Set boundaries for emotional investment. I'll admit there was a time in my life when I didn't understand the importance of setting boundaries, especially when it came to emotional investment. I used to pour all my energy into someone I liked, hoping that by giving more, I'd somehow win their affection. But you know what I learned the hard way? Over-investing emotionally in someone who doesn't reciprocate is like pouring water into a bucket with a hole. It never fills up, and eventually you're the one left drained. There was this woman I really liked. We'd been texting for weeks and everything seemed to be going great, until one day she just stopped responding. No explanation, no reason, just silence. I remember checking my phone obsessively, rereading our previous conversations, trying to figure out where I went wrong. It consumed me to the point where I wasn't focused at work, skipped the gym, and felt like I was in a constant state of anxiety. One day, a good friend of mine said something that hit me like a ton of bricks. Why are you giving so much power to someone who can't even send a text back? You're worth more than that. That's when it clicked. I realized I was investing my time, emotions, and energy into someone who clearly wasn't doing the same for me. Worse, I wasn't leaving anything for myself. That's when I knew I needed to set boundaries. Not for her, but for me. Here's what I did. I stopped reaching out. I told myself that if someone values me, they'll show it without me having to chase them. It wasn't easy, trust me. There were days I'd stare at my phone, tempted to send another message, but I resisted. Instead, I redirected that energy into things that made me feel good about myself. I started running again, took up reading, and even reconnected with friends I hadn't seen in a while. It wasn't an overnight transformation, but with every small step, I started to feel more in control. What I learned during that time is this: setting boundaries is not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your peace and preserving your self-worth. It's saying, I deserve to be treated with the same effort and respect that I give. If someone isn't willing to meet you halfway, that's their loss, not yours. This doesn't mean I closed myself off from relationships, far from it. But now I approach them differently. I observe actions more than words. If someone consistently shows me that they're not as invested, I step back. No hard feelings, no drama, just a quiet acknowledgement that my energy is better spent elsewhere. Looking back, I'm actually grateful for the experience because it taught me a valuable lesson. I'm responsible for how I allow others to treat me. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's self-care, and in doing so, I've created space for the right people to enter my life, people who see my worth without me having to convince them. So, if you're in a situation where you feel ignored or undervalued, ask yourself, am I respecting my own boundaries? Am I investing too much into someone who's giving too little? If the answer is yes, it's time to pull back. Trust me, your future self will thank you. 2. Do nothing. And you know what? She started initiating more conversations, but by then, I'd learned something crucial. I didn't need her or anyone else to validate me. That realization ties perfectly into the second point, doing nothing. Doing nothing might sound counterintuitive, especially in a world where we're constantly told to take action or fix things. But when someone ignores you, sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. This isn't about playing games or trying to manipulate the situation. It's about understanding that your value doesn't depend on someone else's attention or approval. I used to think silence was the enemy. If I didn't respond to being ignored, I felt like I was losing control, like I wasn't doing enough to salvage the situation. But in reality, constantly trying to fix something that isn't reciprocated only puts you in a weaker position. Chasing after someone who's ignoring you sends a clear message. Your validation is more important to me than my self-respect. And let me tell you, that's not a message you want to send. So, the next time someone goes silent, here's what you do. Nothing. Don't send another text. Don't check their social media, and definitely don't overthink the situation. Instead, redirect that energy into yourself. When I say do nothing, I mean resist the urge to react emotionally or impulsively. Let their silence speak for itself, and respond with your own silence. This isn't a game, it's a statement of strength. I remember one instance when doing nothing completely shifted the dynamic. A woman I had been talking to suddenly stopped replying after what seemed like a great conversation. My instinct was to follow up and ask if everything was okay, but I stopped myself. I decided to let her be, and instead focused on my own life. I went to the gym, worked on a side project I'd been putting off, and spent time with friends. To my surprise, a few days later, she reached out with an apology, saying she'd been overwhelmed with work. By doing nothing, I showed that I wasn't dependent on her response to maintain my sense of self-worth. And even if she hadn't reached out, it wouldn't have mattered. I had already moved on and spent that time building myself up instead of tearing myself down with overthinking. The power of doing nothing lies in the message it sends. I am not controlled by your actions or your silence. I control how I feel, and I choose to focus on myself. This approach not only strengthens your emotional resilience, but also makes you more attractive. Why? Because people are naturally drawn to those who are confident, self-assured, and unaffected by external circumstances. So, the next time you're tempted to double text or obsess over someone's lack of response, stop and remind yourself, sometimes the strongest action is inaction. Doing nothing allows you to reclaim your emotional energy, preserve your dignity, and focus on what truly matters. You. 3. Reframe rejection as redirection. It took me a long time to see rejection differently. For years, every time someone ignored me, I felt like I'd failed. I'd replay conversations in my head, analyzing every word, wondering what I did wrong. I couldn't see it for what it truly was. Not a dead end, but a redirection towards something better. One of the most empowering lessons I've learned is that rejection is rarely personal. Often it's a sign that the person or situation isn't aligned with who you are or where you're headed. Instead of focusing on what you're losing, focus on what you're gaining. The opportunity to grow, the chance to focus on yourself, and the space to invite something or someone more compatible into your life. I remember a specific time when I was texting someone I really liked. We had great conversations, but suddenly she stopped replying. I was crushed. I felt like I had messed up, and for weeks I couldn't let it go. But in the process of obsessing over her silence, I realized something. I had put her on a pedestal. I was so focused on winning her over that I had forgotten about my own needs and goals. Her ignoring me forced me to take a step back and reevaluate. I decided to reframe her rejection as a redirection. Instead of seeing her silence as a reflection of my worth, I saw it as a sign that I needed to realign my priorities. I threw myself into the things I'd been neglecting, working out, learning a new skill, and reconnecting with old friends. And you know what? Over time, I started to feel grateful for the experience. Her lack of interest freed me to focus on myself in a way I hadn't in years. What I learned is that rejection is not the end of the story. It's the beginning of a new chapter. Every time someone closes a door, they're creating space for something better to come into your life. It might be a deeper connection with yourself, a new passion, or even someone who appreciates you for who you truly are. Now, whenever I face rejection, I remind myself, this is redirection. I think about all the times something didn't work out, only for something better to follow. Maybe that job you didn't get led to an even better opportunity. Maybe the relationship that didn't work out taught you lessons that prepared you for the love of your life. It's all about perspective. When you reframe rejection as redirection, you take the power back. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of someone else's choices and start seeing yourself as the creator of your own destiny. So, the next time someone ignores you, ask yourself, what am I being redirected toward? What can I gain from this experience? By shifting your focus from what you've lost to what you can gain, you'll find that rejection isn't something to fear. It's something to embrace. 4. Shift the focus back to you. When someone ignores you, it's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of questions. Why aren't they responding? Did I do something wrong? Are they talking to someone else? I've been there, and I know how quickly those thoughts can spiral out of control. But the truth is, the more energy you give to someone who isn't reciprocating, the more you're neglecting the most important person in your life, yourself. I learned this lesson during a particularly rough time. I was texting someone I thought was interested in me, but suddenly her replies stopped coming. I wasted so much time refreshing my phone, hoping for a message that never came. My mood was tied to her actions, and my entire day could be ruined by her silence. Then one day, I looked in the mirror and thought, why am I letting someone else control my happiness like this? That moment was a turning point. I decided to shift the focus back to myself. Instead of obsessing over her lack of response, I redirected that energy into my own growth. I started hitting the gym more consistently, working toward a goal I had neglected. I picked up a new hobby, photography, that gave me a creative outlet and a sense of accomplishment. I even started catching up with friends I hadn't spoken to in a while. Something amazing happened when I made myself the priority. Not only did I feel better, but I also started attracting better energy into my life. The more I focused on becoming the best version of myself, the less I cared about whether or not she texted me back. I realized that my self-worth wasn't tied to her attention. It came from within. Here's what I discovered. When you shift the focus back to yourself, you become magnetic. People are naturally drawn to those who are passionate about their goals, confident in their abilities, and fully engaged in their own lives. It's not about pretending to be busy or trying to make someone jealous. It's about genuinely investing in your growth and happiness. Think about a time when you were deeply focused on something that mattered to you, whether it was a fitness goal, a creative project, or a career milestone. Remember how good it felt to wake up every day with purpose. That's the energy you need to channel. When you're locked in on your own mission, you stop worrying about who's texting you back because you're too busy building a life you're proud of. The next time someone ignores you, use it as a wake-up call. Ask yourself, am I spending my energy wisely? Am I giving more attention to this person than I'm giving to myself? If the answer is yes, it's time to make a change. Hit the gym, dive into a project, reconnect with friends, or explore a new passion. Whatever you do, make sure it's for you. By shifting the focus back to yourself, you reclaim your power. You show that your happiness doesn't depend on someone else's attention, but on your own choices and actions. That's the kind of confidence that not only feels amazing, but also draws the right people into your life. 5. Use reverse psychology. One of the most surprising lessons I've learned in situations where someone ignores you is the power of reverse psychology. It's not about being manipulative or playing mind games. It's about showing strength by refusing to react emotionally or desperately. When you stop chasing someone's attention, you shift the entire dynamic in your favor. I'll never forget a time when I unintentionally used reverse psychology and saw how effective it could be. There was a woman I'd been texting, and suddenly she went silent. My initial instinct was to send another message or ask if I'd done something wrong. But I held back, mainly because I was tired of feeling like I was chasing people who didn't value my effort. So, instead of double texting, I decided to focus on my own life. I went out with friends, started posting about my fitness progress, and genuinely enjoyed myself. A week later, she messaged me out of the blue. "Hey, you've been quiet lately. Everything okay?" I was taken aback because I hadn't done anything to provoke her response, other than choosing to live my life without waiting for her attention. That's when it clicked. By not reacting to her silence, I had shown her that I wasn't dependent on her validation, and it made her curious. Here's the key to using reverse psychology effectively. It's not about ignoring someone to make them feel bad or playing hard to get. It's about demonstrating that you're confident and emotionally in control. When you stop seeking someone's validation, you communicate that your happiness and sense of self-worth aren't tied to their actions. This can make you stand out from others who might be desperately trying to win their attention. To use reverse psychology in a genuine and impactful way, focus on these steps. 1. Stop chasing. If someone stops responding, resist the urge to send follow-up messages or seek an explanation. Let their silence speak for itself. 2. Live your life. Redirect your energy into things that make you happy and fulfilled. Hit the gym, work on a personal project, or spend quality time with friends and family. Show, both to yourself and to the world, that your life doesn't revolve around someone else's attention. 3. Share your growth subtly. This doesn't mean bragging or trying to show off. Instead, share the things you're genuinely proud of, your achievements, hobbies, or experiences. People notice when you're focused on bettering yourself. 4. Respond calmly when they reach out. If they come back around, as they often do, avoid being bitter or overly eager. Respond with kindness, but maintain emotional distance. Show that while you're open to connecting, you're not desperate for their validation. Reverse psychology works because it flips the script. Instead of giving someone control over your emotions, you take the reins by focusing on your growth and happiness. This not only builds your confidence, but also makes you more attractive, not just to them, but to everyone around you. Ultimately, the goal isn't to win someone back. It's to show yourself that you don't need to chase anyone to feel valued. When you embody this mindset, you naturally attract people who see your worth. And if the person who ignored you doesn't come back, that's okay. You've already won by becoming a stronger, more self-assured version of yourself. Master the art of patience. Patience is one of the hardest lessons I've had to learn, especially in relationships and interactions. When someone ignores you, it's natural to want to resolve the situation immediately. You want answers, closure, or even just acknowledgement. But acting impulsively in the heat of the moment often backfires. What I've discovered is that patience isn't about waiting. It's about how you handle yourself while you wait. I remember a specific situation where my patience, or lack of it, was put to the test. I was talking to someone I really liked, and after a great conversation, she suddenly went radio silent. My first instinct was to send another text to check in, and then another, but something stopped me. I thought to myself, what if I just let this be? What if I allow time to work its magic instead of forcing a response? It wasn't easy, but I decided to wait. In that waiting period, I shifted my focus back to myself. I started journaling, not just about the situation, but about my thoughts and feelings. Writing helped me process my emotions and recognize that her silence wasn't the end of the world. It was just a temporary moment of uncertainty. I also used that time to dive into my work, spend time with friends, and pick up a new skill I'd been wanting to try. The more I focused on myself, the less urgent her response felt. 2 weeks later, she finally texted me back, apologizing for being so busy. By then, I'd grown so much from the experience that her message didn't carry the same weight it would have if I'd been obsessing over it. I wasn't bitter or resentful. I was calm, collected, and in control. And that's the beauty of patience. It gives you clarity and strength, regardless of the outcome. Practicing patience means resisting the urge to react emotionally in the moment. When someone ignores you, it's easy to let your imagination run wild with worst-case scenarios. But patience teaches you to sit with uncertainty and trust that things will unfold as they should. It's about reminding yourself that your value doesn't depend on someone else's timeline. Here are some practical ways I've cultivated patience. 1. Breathe through the impulse. When you feel the urge to act, whether it's sending a follow-up text or overthinking, pause. Take a few deep breaths and give yourself time to reflect before making any decisions. 2. Distract yourself productively. Fill your time with activities that enrich your life, like exercising, working on a personal project, or catching up with loved ones. The more engaged you are with your own growth, the less you'll focus on someone else's silence. 3. Practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself during this waiting period. It's okay to feel frustrated or uncertain, but don't let those emotions spiral into self-doubt. Patience is a sign of emotional maturity and self-control. It shows that you trust yourself and your ability to handle whatever comes next. Whether the person reaches out or not, you've already won by staying composed and focused on what truly matters: you. Over time, this level of patience becomes second nature, and it transforms not just how you handle relationships, but how you approach life as a whole. 7. Detach from the outcome. Detaching from the outcome was one of the most liberating lessons I ever learned. When I first heard about this concept, it sounded like giving up. I thought, how can I not care about the outcome when I really like someone? Isn't caring part of the process? But what I misunderstood was that detachment doesn't mean not caring. It means caring more about your own peace and self-worth than the result of any one interaction or relationship. There was a time when I tied my happiness to whether someone texted me back, said yes to a date, or validated me in some way. I'd obsess over the smallest details, replaying conversations in my mind and worrying about how things would play out. It wasn't just exhausting, it was unhealthy. My mood was a roller coaster, entirely dependent on someone else's actions. One day, I hit a breaking point. I remember sitting with a friend who gave me a piece of advice that changed everything. Stop worrying about whether it works out. Worry about whether you're okay no matter what happens. It sounded simple, but it hit me hard. I realized I'd been giving away my emotional stability, allowing someone else to control my happiness. That's when I decided to try something new, letting go of the need to control the outcome. The next time I was in a similar situation, where someone I liked wasn't reciprocating the same energy, I made a conscious effort to detach. I told myself, if they respond, great. If they don't, that's okay too. Either way, I'll be fine. It wasn't easy at first. I had to fight the urge to obsess over the situation or seek closure. But the more I practiced, the more freeing it became. Here's the beauty of detachment. It puts the focus back on you. When you stop worrying about whether they like you or respond to you, you regain your power. You remind yourself that your happiness doesn't depend on external validation. It comes from within. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care about the other person. It means you care more about your peace and well-being. One powerful way I've learned to practice detachment is by asking myself this question: am I okay if this doesn't work out? If the answer is no, it's a sign I'm too emotionally attached to the outcome. That's when I take a step back, focus on myself, and remind myself that my life is full and valuable, with or without this person. Over time, I noticed something surprising. Detachment makes you more attractive. When you're not desperately seeking someone's validation, you exude confidence and self-assuredness. People are drawn to that energy because it's rare and magnetic. The irony is, when you stop chasing a specific outcome, you often end up with better results. Not because you manipulated the situation, but because you showed that you're secure in yourself. So the next time you find yourself overly focused on whether someone likes you or responds to you, pause and practice detachment. Remind yourself that you're enough, no matter what happens. By letting go of the outcome, you'll find a sense of freedom that transforms not just your relationships, but every aspect of your life. 8. Stay calm and unbothered. One of the biggest lessons I've learned in life and relationships is the importance of staying calm and unbothered, especially when things don't go as planned. When someone ignores you, it's easy to let your emotions take over. Frustration, anxiety, and even anger can creep in. But losing your composure only hands over your power to the other person. Staying calm, on the other hand, shows strength, confidence, and emotional control. I used to be the person who reacted immediately. If someone didn't text me back, I'd feel the need to follow up, question why they weren't responding, or overthink the entire situation. It wasn't just draining. It made me come across as insecure and needy, which is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. Eventually, I realized that my emotional reactions weren't helping the situation. They were only making things worse for me. I remember one particular instance when someone I was dating went silent after what I thought was a great conversation. My initial reaction was panic. Did I say something wrong? Did they lose interest? But instead of acting on those emotions, I decided to try something different. I took a deep breath, went for a run to clear my mind, and told myself, their actions don't define me. I control how I feel. That shift in mindset made all the difference. By staying calm, I gave myself the space to think clearly and realize that their silence wasn't about me. It was about them. Maybe they were busy. Maybe they weren't sure how they felt. Or maybe they just weren't as invested as I was. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. What mattered was how I handled the situation, and staying calm allowed me to maintain my dignity and self-respect. Here's the thing, calmness is powerful. When you refuse to let someone else's actions dictate your emotions, you become unshakable. People notice when you're composed under pressure, and it makes you stand out. Staying calm doesn't mean you don't care. It means you're secure enough in yourself to not be rattled by temporary setbacks. To cultivate calmness, I've found a few strategies that work wonders. 1. Pause before reacting. When you feel the urge to respond emotionally, take a moment to breathe. Give yourself time to process your feelings before taking any action. 2. Engage in calming activities. Physical activity, meditation, or even listening to your favorite music can help you reset your emotional state and regain control. 3. Focus on perspective. Ask yourself, will this matter a week from now? A month? Often, the things that feel overwhelming in the moment are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Staying calm isn't just about handling specific situations. It's about building a mindset that serves you in every area of your life. When you approach challenges with composure, you not only feel better about yourself, but also become more attractive to others. Confidence, after all, is magnetic. and nothing screams confidence louder than someone who is calm, unbothered and in control. The next time someone ignores you or tests your patience, resist the urge to react impulsively. Take a step back, breathe, and remind yourself that your peace is too valuable to be disrupted by someone else's behavior. Staying calm isn't just a reaction, it's a choice. And when you choose calmness, you always come out on top. 9. Embrace the power of silence. Silence can be incredibly powerful, especially when someone ignores you. It took me a long time to understand this, but I've learned that not every situation requires a response. Sometimes silence says more than words ever could. When you respond to someone's silence with your own, you're showing that you don't need to chase or seek validation. Instead, you're signaling that you're confident enough to wait, and that your happiness doesn't rely on their attention. I remember a time when someone I was interested in suddenly stopped texting back after a few really good conversations. My initial reaction was to reach out, to try and get some kind of closure, or at least an acknowledgement. But something stopped me. I thought, what if I just let this go? What if I give myself a break, and instead let my silence speak for me? Choosing silence was a struggle at first. I was worried they'd forget about me, that they'd think I didn't care, or that they'd move on. But instead of acting on those insecurities, I decided to focus on myself. I poured my energy into my work, went to the gym, picked up a new book, and spent time with friends. The more I embraced the power of silence, the more liberated I felt. I wasn't waiting around for a response. I was actively living my life. Surprisingly, about a week later, they reached out. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a casual message asking how I'd been. But by that point, I didn't feel the same urgency or need for their validation. My silence had done more for my confidence than any text ever could. I'd learned that staying silent didn't mean I didn't care. It meant I cared more about my self-respect than chasing someone's attention. Silence, when used intentionally, communicates strength and self-assurance. Here's why it works. When someone expects you to react, and you don't, it catches them off guard. It makes them wonder why you aren't seeking their approval, or why you aren't affected by their absence. This isn't about playing games. It's about showing that you're grounded enough to stand on your own, without needing to fill every moment with words or gestures. Here's how you can embrace the power of silence in a healthy, authentic way. 1. Resist the urge to fill the silence. When someone goes quiet, let it be. Don't send a follow-up message or try to force a response. Give the situation the space it needs. 2. Focus on self-growth. Use this time to invest in yourself. Pick up a new hobby, dive into a passion, or reconnect with friends and family. Fill your life with meaningful activities that remind you of your own worth. 3. Be okay with any outcome. Embracing silence means accepting that the other person might not reach out, and that's perfectly fine. When you're truly comfortable with silence, you're at peace with whatever happens next. The power of silence lies in its simplicity. It's a quiet reminder to both you and others that your life is full, even without constant interaction or validation. Silence allows you to focus inward, on what truly matters. And when someone finally does break that silence, you'll know that it wasn't because you chased after them. It was because they felt drawn back to your calm, centered energy. So the next time someone ignores you, try responding with silence. You'll be amazed at how much strength you feel from simply letting things be. Silence is not an empty space. It's a declaration of self-worth and the confidence to let go. 10. Reframe rejection as redirection. One of the most empowering shifts I've made in my mindset is learning to see rejection not as a personal failure, but as redirection. When someone ignores or rejects you, it's easy to feel hurt and wonder what you did wrong. But over time, I've realized that rejection often has less to do with me and more to do with the other person's needs, circumstances, or even timing. What seems like rejection is often just life guiding you towards something or someone better aligned with your growth and values. I remember a time when I was really invested in someone who ended up drifting away without explanation. I spent weeks wondering what went wrong, replaying conversations, and even blaming myself for not being enough. But as painful as it was, that experience forced me to take a step back and reassess what I truly wanted in a relationship. I began to realize that the qualities I valued most, consistency, openness, and mutual effort, weren't actually there. Her rejection wasn't a comment on my worth. It was a sign that we weren't truly compatible. That's when I started embracing the idea of redirection. I stopped looking at her silence as a sign of my inadequacy and started seeing it as life steering me toward people and experiences that would actually nourish and respect me. I let go of my need for closure and instead focused on what I could gain from this experience. I redirected my energy toward things that mattered to me, like building stronger friendships, working on my fitness goals, and even rediscovering my passion for painting. What I found is that when you reframe rejection as redirection, you open yourself up to new opportunities and connections that are better suited to you. Rather than dwelling on what you lost, you focus on what you can gain, and that shift is incredibly freeing. Here's how to make this mental shift and start seeing rejection in a more positive light. 1. Reflect on what you've learned. Every rejection carries a lesson, whether it's about recognizing red flags, understanding your needs, or simply learning to let go. Take time to consider what this experience has taught you and how you can use it to grow. 2. Trust that better things are coming. When one door closes, it's often because another, better door is waiting to open. Remind yourself that rejection can be a setup for something that aligns more closely with who you are and what you deserve. 3. Redirect your energy. Instead of using your energy to chase validation or closure, invest it in yourself. Focus on activities, hobbies, and relationships that lift you up and bring you joy. This not only helps you heal, but also prepares you to recognize and attract what truly fits with your life. Rejection isn't the end of your story, it's just a new chapter you didn't anticipate. When you start viewing rejection as redirection, you'll find that life has a way of leading you to places and people who actually fit into the bigger picture of who you're meant to become. Every no becomes an opportunity to say yes to something better. So the next time someone ignores or rejects you, take a deep breath and remind yourself that this is not a loss. It's a redirection, a gentle nudge to keep moving toward the people and experiences that are genuinely meant for you. When you embrace this mindset, you'll discover that what's meant for you won't require you to chase, convince, or feel less than. It'll come to you naturally because it's truly aligned with who you are. So, the next time someone ignores you, remember, it's not a reflection of your worth, but a chance to reclaim your power. By embracing calm, staying focused on yourself, and applying these Stoic principles, you can handle any situation with strength and confidence. This isn't just about dating or relationships. It's about mastering your own emotions and becoming the best version of yourself. If you found this video helpful, please hit that like button. Subscribe for more insights on building resilience and self-mastery, and share it with someone who might need this reminder. And I'd love to hear from you. Drop your thoughts and takeaways in the comments. How do you handle being ignored? And which Stoic approach resonated with you the most? Let's continue this journey together toward unshakable confidence and peace.
How Miyamoto Musashi Solved Anxiety. Part 1. The Legend Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi, a name that echoes through the halls of history, was not just a master of the sword, but also a profound philosopher. His life, marked by relentless duels and unyielding discipline, offers more than tales of battlefield valor. Musashi's true genius lay in his ability to conquer not only external foes, but also the internal battles we all face, particularly anxiety. Anxiety, that invisible and unpredictable adversary, can be overwhelming. Yet, Musashi approached it with the same strategic mind he applied to his swordsmanship. Imagine a world where every step could be your last. Every shadow hides a potential threat, and every breath could be your final one. This was Musashi's reality. His environment was a crucible of constant danger and strife, demanding not only physical prowess, but immense mental fortitude. Through his writings and teachings, we gain insight into how he mastered his inner world, transforming anxiety from a crippling force into a manageable challenge. In this exploration, we will delve into Musashi's strategies for overcoming anxiety, drawing parallels between his time and ours. By understanding his approach, we can learn to see anxiety not as an invincible enemy, but as an opponent that can be understood and ultimately outmaneuvered. Musashi's wisdom, forged in the fires of his turbulent life, provides us with timeless tools to face our own battles with anxiety. As we journey through his teachings, let us embrace his Stoic philosophy and discover how to live with the calm and clarity that defined his legendary existence. Part 2. Defining anxiety. Anxiety is a specter that haunts the corners of our minds, an unseen enemy that strikes without warning. It is invisible, unpredictable, and overwhelming, a formidable opponent in both historical and modern contexts. But what if we could approach anxiety with the same strategic clarity that Miyamoto Musashi applied to his battles? Musashi, in his time, faced constant threats. Each day was a test of his survival, demanding vigilance and readiness. He recognized that the mind, much like the body, must be trained and disciplined to confront such relentless pressure. To Musashi, anxiety was not an insurmountable force, but a challenge that could be dissected and understood. He did not shy away from acknowledging his fears. Instead, he named them, studied them, and crafted strategies to counter them. This approach demystifies anxiety, stripping it of its overwhelming power and reducing it to a manageable foe. By defining anxiety in clear terms, Musashi shifted the battle into a realm where he could exert control. He imagined standing on the precipice of a great challenge, heart pounding, mind racing. In such moments, Musashi's wisdom guides us to pause and reflect. What is this fear? What are its roots? By naming and understanding our anxieties, we can begin to see them not as shadowy figures lurking in the dark, but as known entities. This shift in perception transforms anxiety from an undefined dread into a puzzle that can be solved. Musashi teaches us that with deep understanding and respect for our inner fears, we can strategize effectively against them. In doing so, we reclaim our power and transform anxiety from a paralyzing force into a catalyst for personal growth and mastery. Part 3. Musashi's approach to anxiety. Miyamoto. Musashi's life was a relentless pursuit of mastery, not just over his opponents, but over his own mind. In the face of near-constant danger, Musashi cultivated a mental discipline that allowed him to confront anxiety with a clear and strategic mindset. He treated anxiety as he would any worthy adversary, with respect, but without fear. This nuanced approach is what set him apart, enabling him to maintain calm and clarity even in the most precarious situations. Musashi's philosophy was grounded in the belief that true strength lies in understanding oneself. He advocated for a deep introspection, a practice of acknowledging and naming one's fears. By doing so, Musashi could strategize against these fears with precision. This method is akin to preparing for a duel, knowing the terrain, timing, and the opponent's tactics. For Musashi, anxiety was no different. It was an opponent that required understanding and preparation. Consider the battlefield of the mind. When anxiety strikes, it often feels like an ambush, catching us off guard. Musashi's approach teaches us to anticipate these attacks. He encourages us to recognize the signs, understand our triggers, and prepare our responses. This preparation transforms anxiety from a chaotic force into a series of predictable patterns. By dissecting our fears and planning our counterattacks, we can face anxiety with a strategic calm. Musashi's legacy is one of relentless preparation and mental fortitude. His teachings remind us that anxiety, like any other challenge, can be managed through understanding and strategy. By viewing anxiety as a known opponent, we shift the battle into more manageable terms. Musashi's wisdom offers us a path to transform our fears into a source of strength, allowing us to face life's uncertainties with the calm and clarity of a seasoned warrior. Part 4. Strategizing against anxiety. In the world of Miyamoto Musashi, every battle was a matter of life and death. Yet, it was not just his physical prowess that ensured his survival, it was his strategic mind. Musashi approached every duel with meticulous preparation, understanding that the key to victory lay in knowing both the terrain and his opponent. This same strategic approach can be applied to our battle with anxiety. Musashi's life was a continuous study in the art of war, both external and internal. He understood that the mind could be a battlefield where anxiety often strikes without warning. To counter this, Musashi developed a methodical approach, dissecting anxiety much like planning for a duel. He emphasized the importance of understanding the triggers that set off anxiety, analyzing our reactions, and preparing our responses. Imagine facing a formidable opponent in the arena of your mind. Anxiety looms large, unpredictable, and overwhelming. Musashi's strategy teaches us to break down this adversary into manageable parts. He knew the importance of studying the terrain, recognizing the situations and thoughts that trigger anxiety. Timing was also crucial, understanding when anxiety was likely to strike. By preparing responses in advance, Musashi turned uncertainty into calculated steps. This strategic approach demystifies anxiety, reducing it from a monstrous force to a puzzle that can be solved. By applying similar scrutiny to our fears, we learn to anticipate and prepare. Musashi's teachings guide us to transform our approach from one of avoidance to active engagement. With awareness and preparation, we take control back from anxiety, making it less overwhelming and more like a challenge to be met with confidence and clarity. Musashi's legacy of strategic thinking provides a powerful tool set for modern-day anxiety. His methodical approach reminds us that with preparation and understanding, we can turn the tide in our favor. By dissecting anxiety and preparing our minds, we can face life's challenges with the calm and precision of a master strategist. Part 5: Solitude and Reflection. Miyamoto Musashi's years of solitude were not a retreat from society, but a deliberate strategy to sharpen his mind and spirit. In the quietude of isolation, Musashi found the clarity that comes from uninterrupted reflection and self-confrontation. This period of solitude was essential for honing his skills and crystallizing his philosophical beliefs, enabling him to face life's challenges with unmatched discipline and focus. Musashi understood that true mastery requires a profound understanding of oneself, which can only be achieved through dedicated time for introspection. He advocated for moments of solitude where one could meditate, reflect, and confront inner fears without the distractions of the external world. This practice allowed Musashi to cultivate a resilient mind, capable of facing even the most daunting adversaries with calm and clarity. In our fast-paced modern world, finding time for solitude can be challenging, yet it is crucial for managing anxiety. By carving out moments each day or week for quiet reflection, we can tune into our inner selves and gain a deeper understanding of our fears and anxieties. These periods do not have to be long. Even short durations can be profoundly effective. The key is consistency and intention. Musashi's wisdom encourages us to practice meditation, write in a journal, or simply sit quietly and allow our thoughts to flow. This dedicated time for self-reflection helps build a stronger, more resilient mind. It fosters a habit of introspection that enables us to face life's challenges with the same calm and clarity that defined Musashi's legendary discipline. Through solitude, we gain the ability to confront and understand our fears, transforming anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable aspect of our lives. Musashi's practice of solitude and reflection is a testament to the power of inner peace and self-awareness, guiding us to live with the calm and precision of a true warrior. Part 6: Relentless Progression and Personal Evolution. Miyamoto Musashi's philosophy of the way is a testament to his belief in relentless progression and personal evolution. He saw life as a constant journey of self-improvement, where each step forward, no matter how small, was a victory over past limitations. This mindset is particularly relevant in managing anxiety, as stagnation often heightens feelings of unrest and uncertainty. Musashi's life was a continuous quest for self-betterment. He viewed every challenge as an opportunity to grow and evolve. This relentless pursuit of improvement can be applied to our modern lives, especially when dealing with anxiety. By setting small, achievable goals, we can create a sense of purpose and control, which is essential for alleviating anxiety. Consider the power of incremental progress. Musashi believed that even minor advancements were significant, as they built momentum and reinforced the capacity to manage larger challenges. This approach helps to shift our focus from the overwhelming nature of anxiety to the joy of continual achievement. Each small victory becomes a stepping stone, leading to greater confidence and reduced anxiety. To integrate Musashi's philosophy into our lives, we should begin by identifying areas where we desire improvement, whether personal, professional, or otherwise. Breaking these down into manageable, concrete actions allows us to tackle them daily or weekly. Celebrating each accomplishment, no matter how minor, helps to build momentum and reinforces our ability to manage challenges. Musashi's teachings remind us that the true battle is within ourselves. By focusing on personal development and overcoming previous limitations, we enhance our skills and gain a profound sense of accomplishment. This relentless progression not only fosters a productive mindset, but also diminishes anxiety by replacing the fear of stagnation with the joy of continual growth. Musashi's philosophy guides us to embrace the journey of self-improvement, transforming our approach to anxiety and leading us towards a life of purpose and resilience. Part 7. Acceptance of life's impermanence. One of Miyamoto Musashi's most profound teachings is the acceptance of life's impermanence. He viewed the fleeting nature of existence not as a source of despair but as a liberating force. This acceptance allowed him to live fully in the present, unburdened by the fears of the future or regrets of the past. Embracing this mindset can significantly reduce anxiety, fostering a sense of peace and clarity. Musashi's understanding of impermanence is encapsulated in his advice to accept everything just the way it is. This simple yet powerful statement encourages us to embrace life's changes without resistance or unnecessary strife. By accepting the transient nature of all things, we diminish the power that fear and anxiety hold over us. This mindset helps us focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. Incorporating this acceptance into our daily lives begins with mindfulness practices such as meditation. By observing our thoughts and feelings without judgment, we cultivate a habit of acceptance. This practice reinforces the understanding that most worries are temporary and that we can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and composure. Musashi's wisdom teaches us that by accepting life's impermanence, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to control every aspect of our lives. This acceptance reduces anxiety, allowing us to live more fully in the present. It helps us to understand that circumstances change, and so do our anxieties. By focusing on the present moment and embracing the ebb and flow of life, we can achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Musashi's acceptance of impermanence is a powerful tool in managing anxiety. It reminds us that life's changes are inevitable and that by embracing them, we can live more fully and purposefully. This perspective transforms anxiety from a paralyzing force into an opportunity for growth and serenity. Through mindfulness and acceptance, we learn to handle life's uncertainties with the calm and clarity of a true warrior. Part 8. Importance of preparation. Miyamoto Musashi's victories were not solely the result of his combat skills, but also his extraordinary commitment to preparation. He meticulously planned every aspect that could be controlled, understanding that thorough preparation reduces uncertainty and anxiety. Musashi's approach to preparation underscores the importance of being well prepared to face life's challenges with confidence and composure. Musashi believed that if you know the way broadly, you will see it in everything. This insight highlights the power of comprehensive understanding and preparation. By being well prepared, we can anticipate challenges and respond effectively, minimizing anxiety. This approach applies not only to physical battles, but to any modern-day challenge, be it a job interview, an important meeting, or a personal project. Imagine approaching a daunting task with the same meticulous preparation that Musashi applied to his duels. This involves organizing tasks, setting realistic deadlines, and rehearsing scenarios in your mind, or through role-playing. Such detailed planning transforms anxiety into a structured plan of action, fostering a sense of control and readiness. Preparation also involves breaking larger tasks into smaller, manageable steps. By setting realistic deadlines for each step, we create a roadmap that guides us through the process. This methodical approach helps to reduce feelings of being overwhelmed and instills a proactive mindset. By anticipating potential obstacles and preparing solutions in advance, we face challenges with a heightened sense of confidence. Musashi's commitment to preparation teaches us that readiness is a key factor in reducing anxiety. By thoroughly preparing for our daily tasks and responsibilities, we can transform uncertainty into confidence. This proactive approach not only reduces anxiety, but also empowers us to tackle life's challenges with the strategic precision of a seasoned samurai. Through detailed preparation and strategic planning, we can face life's uncertainties with the calm and confidence that defined Musashi's legendary discipline. His teachings remind us that by being well prepared, we can navigate life's challenges with clarity and composure, turning anxiety into a manageable and even empowering force. Part 9. Musashi's concept of the way. Miyamoto. Musashi's philosophy of the way embodies his belief in relentless progression and personal evolution. He viewed life as a continuous journey of self-improvement, where every step forward, no matter how small, represented a victory over past limitations. This mindset is particularly relevant in managing anxiety, as stagnation can heighten feelings of unrest and uncertainty. Musashi's life was a testament to this relentless pursuit of growth. He saw each challenge as an opportunity to evolve and refine his skills. This approach can be incredibly empowering when applied to modern life, especially when dealing with anxiety. By setting small, achievable goals, we create a sense of control and purpose, which are essential for mitigating anxiety. Consider the power of incremental progress. Musashi believed that even the smallest advancements were significant because they built momentum and reinforced our capacity to manage larger challenges. This method helps shift our focus from the overwhelming nature of anxiety to the satisfaction of continual achievement. Each small victory becomes a stepping stone to greater confidence and reduced anxiety. To integrate Musashi's philosophy into our lives, we should start by identifying areas where we desire improvement, whether personal, professional, or otherwise. Breaking these down into manageable, concrete actions allows us to tackle them daily or weekly. Celebrating each accomplishment, no matter how minor, helps build momentum and reinforces our ability to handle challenges. Musashi's teachings remind us that the true battle is within ourselves. By focusing on personal development and overcoming previous limitations, we enhance our skills and gain a profound sense of accomplishment. This relentless progression not only fosters a productive mindset, but also diminishes anxiety by replacing the fear of stagnation with the joy of continual growth. Musashi's philosophy guides us to embrace the journey of self-improvement, transforming our approach to anxiety and leading us toward a life of purpose and resilience. Part 10. Transforming approach to anxiety. Musashi's approach to anxiety is revolutionary. Rather than avoiding it, he engaged with it directly. He viewed anxiety not as an insurmountable barrier, but as a challenge that could be understood and strategically managed. This shift from avoidance to engagement is crucial in transforming how we handle anxiety. Musashi teaches us to dissect our anxiety, much like planning for a duel. This involves recognizing the triggers, understanding our reactions, and preparing our responses in advance. By breaking down anxiety into manageable parts, we can develop a strategic plan to address it. This demystification of anxiety transforms it from a chaotic force into a structured challenge that we can approach with confidence and clarity. By using Musashi's methods, we learn to anticipate anxiety, prepare for its arrival, and respond effectively. This proactive approach turns anxiety into a known entity, a puzzle to be solved, rather than an overwhelming threat. Musashi's teachings empower us to take control, transforming anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable and even empowering aspect of our lives. Part 11. Living fully and purposefully. Musashi's philosophy emphasizes living fully and purposefully, undeterred by the fear of death or the unknown. He believed in the importance of a life lived with intent and clarity, free from the shadows of unaddressed fears and anxieties. His powerful statement, "Do not fear death, fear only the half-lived life," encapsulates this belief. Living fully requires confronting and understanding our fears. Musashi's teachings encourage us to embrace life's fleeting nature, reducing anxiety by focusing on the present and what we can control. By accepting impermanence, we free ourselves from the burden of trying to secure every aspect of our lives, which is often a significant source of anxiety. Practicing mindfulness and acceptance helps us live more fully. Observing our thoughts and feelings without judgment allows us to understand that most worries are temporary. By embracing life as it comes and focusing on the present moment, we can achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Conclusion. As we confront our own battles with anxiety, Miyamoto Musashi's timeless wisdom offers a powerful guide. His life, marked by relentless discipline and strategic brilliance, shows us how to transform anxiety from a paralyzing force into a manageable challenge. Musashi's teachings, meticulous preparation, strategic reflection, relentless self-improvement, and acceptance of life's impermanence provide practical tools for mastering our inner fears. By viewing anxiety as a known opponent, we shift from being overwhelmed to actively engaging with our challenges, adopting the calm and precision of a seasoned warrior. Imagine facing each day with Musashi's clarity and resilience, turning anxiety into an opportunity for growth. Embracing his methods, we become more focused, resilient, and at peace with life's uncertainties. This is Musashi's true genius, transforming our fiercest battles into moments of insight and strength. As we carry forward this warrior's legacy, let us focus on our passions, hone our crafts, and let the results follow naturally. In doing so, we honor Musashi's wisdom, finding serenity in chaos and strength in adversity. Let Musashi's journey guide us to a life of resilience, purpose, and inner peace.
Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end, you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity. noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating 1 or 2 into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome.
Have you ever wondered why, despite being constantly connected through social media, many of us still feel isolated and undervalued? It's a strange paradox of our modern times. We're surrounded by people, yet often feel unnoticed by those who matter most. If you've ever felt like you're not as important to others as they are to you, this video is for you. Today, we'll explore ancient Stoic wisdom to help you become more valued and appreciated by those around you. 1. Prioritize your own needs. Imagine you're on an airplane and the oxygen masks drop. What's the first thing they tell you to do? Put on your own mask before helping others. In life, the same principle applies. Often, we sacrifice our own needs for others, leading to burnout and lack of self-respect. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, emphasized that self-mastery and self-knowledge are key to a meaningful life. By understanding and prioritizing your own needs, you build a foundation of self-respect that naturally attracts others. For example, set aside time each day for self-care, whether it's a quiet moment with a book, a walk in the park, or a hobby you love. 2. Cultivate independence. Think of a lighthouse standing tall and firm amidst a storm. It doesn't rely on anything else to shine. Similarly, Stoicism teaches the importance of self-reliance and independence. Making decisions without constantly seeking external approval makes you more confident and attractive to others. People respect those who can stand by their beliefs and values. This doesn't mean isolating yourself, but being the captain of your own ship. For instance, take charge of your career path by setting clear goals and pursuing them with determination without waiting for validation from others. 3. Create a sense of absence. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? If you're always readily available, people might take you for granted. In our busy world, time is a precious commodity. By occasionally being unavailable, you allow others to recognize and appreciate your presence more. For instance, don't always be the first to respond to messages or drop everything to meet up. Let people experience your absence and realize your value. 4. Set boundaries on availability. Are you the person who says yes to everything? It's time to change that. Constantly saying yes can lead people to take your time for granted. Seneca, another Stoic thinker, reminds us to own our time and use it wisely. Learning to say no respectfully helps you prioritize your needs and ensures that your availability is valued. For example, if you're swamped with work, it's okay to decline a last-minute invitation. Respecting your own time teaches others to do the same. 5. Let others initiate conversations. In our hyper-communicative world, it might seem strange to stop initiating conversations, but Stoicism values listening more than speaking. By allowing others to start conversations, you show that you value their thoughts and opinions. This practice fosters deeper connections and makes you more appreciated. Try this. Next time, wait for your friends to reach out first. You'll learn a lot by listening and observing. 6. Embrace patience. Patience is a virtue, and in Stoicism, it's a powerful tool. In a world driven by immediate gratification and constant distractions, the ability to wait calmly is rare and admirable. Patience isn't about being passive. It's about maintaining emotional control and composure. By showing patience, you project strength and stability, making others appreciate your presence more. For instance, in stressful situations at work, stay calm and composed instead of reacting impulsively. 7. Keep a little mystery. Think of the last great movie you watched. What kept you hooked? The unfolding mystery. Similarly, maintaining a bit of mystery about yourself can make others more interested in you. Stoicism teaches self-discipline and the importance of controlling how much you reveal. By gradually sharing your thoughts and experiences, you keep others intrigued and focused on you. For example, instead of sharing everything about your weekend, leave out a few details and let others ask questions. Encourage others to invest in you. Allowing others to contribute to your life helps build stronger bonds. When people offer advice, assistance, or support, they feel valued and appreciated. Stoicism emphasizes our interdependence, and by letting others help you, you enrich your relationships. This mutual investment creates a virtuous cycle of respect and value. For example, ask a colleague for their input on a project or accept help when offered, showing that you value their contribution. 9. Focus on quality over quantity. In relationships, Stoicism advises focusing on the quality of interactions rather than the quantity. Deep, meaningful conversations and connections are more valuable than numerous superficial interactions. By investing time in cultivating genuine relationships, you ensure that your presence is truly valued. For instance, instead of attending every social event, spend quality time with a close friend, having deep conversations and truly connecting. 10. Practice generosity. Generosity, whether it's in the form of time, resources, or knowledge, can greatly enhance your value to others. Stoicism encourages us to help others without expecting anything in return. This act of selflessness builds strong bonds and makes others more likely to value and prioritize you. Remember, true wealth lies in meaningful relationships. For example, volunteer your time to help a friend with a move or share your expertise without expecting anything in return. Conclusion. Applying these Stoic principles can significantly impact how others perceive and value you. The goal is to foster genuine connections and build relationships based on mutual respect and integrity. By practicing these strategies, you can navigate modern life's complexities while staying true to yourself. Remember, the essence of Stoicism lies not just in transforming your relationships with others, but in transforming your relationships yourself. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment. Say wiser, so I know you watched till the end. Subscribe to our channel for more insights. Thank you for your attention. Be wiser, and until next time.
Here are 12 reasons you must know why people secretly hate you. Ignoring these could cost you relationships, opportunities, and even your peace of mind. What if their resentment isn't random but stems from subtle actions you never realized you were making? Or worse, what if their dislike has nothing to do with you at all, yet still poisons the way they treat you? These hidden reasons are more common than you think, and failing to recognize them could leave you blindsided when it matters most. But it doesn't have to be this way. In this video, we'll explore 12 surprising reasons why people secretly hate you, backed by timeless Stoic wisdom. Each one will not only open your eyes to these invisible dynamics, but also empower you with practical tools to navigate them. By the end, you'll be armed with the clarity and confidence to protect your peace and rise above negativity. Let's begin. 1. Rumors and gossip. I remember the first time I realized how damaging gossip could be. It was during a tough period in my life when I worked hard to establish my reputation in a new job. Things were going well until I overheard whispers that painted me in a completely different light. Someone had shared a rumor, twisting my words and intentions, and suddenly I felt like I was walking on eggshells around everyone. People avoided me, and I could see the change in their expressions. It hurt deeply because the story wasn't true, but I had no way to stop it. At first, I wanted to confront the person who started it, to set the record straight, but something inside me held back. I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control what others said or believed. That's when I turned to a piece of Stoic wisdom from Marcus Aurelius. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. I decided to focus on living in a way that proved the rumors wrong, letting my actions speak louder than any gossip. It wasn't easy. There were days when I wanted to scream, "That's not who I am," but instead, I kept showing up with integrity, doing my best and staying kind, even to the person who had wronged me. Over time, people began to see the truth for themselves. The rumor lost its power, and the respect I gained by staying composed outweighed the temporary damage. I learned something valuable through that experience. Gossip is like a wildfire, quick to spread, but easily extinguished by the steady rain of truth. People may talk, but their words don't define who you are. Your actions do. Now, when I hear rumors about myself or others, I remind myself of that lesson. I stay calm, focus on my values, and refuse to let the negativity of others dictate my self-worth. If anything, the experience taught me to be more mindful of how I speak about others. Words are powerful, and I choose to use mine to build others up, not tear them down. And when I focus on my truth, gossip becomes just noise in the background of a meaningful life. 92. Fear of change and resistance to growth. I've noticed that not everyone is thrilled when you start to grow or improve yourself. This realization hit me hard during a time when I decided to make some big changes in my life. I wanted to focus on my health, so I stopped drinking and started prioritizing exercise and better eating habits. I was excited and proud of my progress, but not everyone around me shared that enthusiasm. Some friends made subtle comments like, "Oh, so you're too good for us now," or "You've changed." At first, it stung. I wanted them to see that my growth wasn't about them. It was about becoming a better version of myself. But instead of support, I felt resistance. It was confusing and disheartening. Why couldn't they just be happy for me? That's when I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's words. Observe constantly that all things take place by change. It reminded me that change is natural, even necessary, and not everyone is ready to embrace it. When we grow, it often shines a light on the areas where others feel stuck. It's not that they hate you, they hate the reminder that they're not moving forward themselves. I started to approach these situations differently. Instead of feeling hurt or defensive, I tried to understand their perspective. Maybe they were scared of being left behind, or afraid to confront their own need for change. I also reminded myself that their feelings were outside my control. What I could control was my response, and I chose to keep growing. I stopped apologizing for my progress. I learned to let go of relationships that felt more like anchors than sails. Most importantly, I realized that true friends will celebrate your evolution, not resist it. And those who don't? They're fighting their own battles, and that's okay. Now, whenever I face resistance to my growth, I think of it as a compliment in disguise. It means I'm doing something right. Change is uncomfortable, not just for me, but for those watching, and that's part of the process. The best thing I can do is keep moving forward, living authentically, and inspiring others to do the same, whether they're ready for it or not. 3. Misunderstandings and ineffective communication. I can't count the number of times a simple misunderstanding has caused unnecessary tension in my relationships. One incident sticks out clearly. I was texting a friend about meeting up, and I replied with a short, "Sure, whatever works." To me, it was casual and flexible, but to them, it sounded cold and dismissive. The next time we talked, they were distant, and I couldn't figure out why until they brought up the text. It shocked me how something so small had been interpreted so differently from how I intended. That moment taught me a valuable lesson. The way we express ourselves and how others perceive it are often two very different things. Miscommunication isn't just about words, it's about tone, timing, and even body language. A misplaced word or a misunderstood look can create walls of resentment before we even realize it. Stoic wisdom has been a guide here. Epictetus once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." That advice has helped me approach communication more thoughtfully. When conflicts arise, I try to step back and consider, what did they hear versus what I meant to say? This mindset has been a game changer in resolving misunderstandings before they escalate. Now, I make a conscious effort to clarify my intentions, especially in sensitive situations. I've also learned the value of asking questions rather than making assumptions. If someone seems upset, I'll ask, "Did I say something that upset you?" Or, "How did that come across to you?" This openness has helped me bridge gaps and avoid unnecessary resentment. Of course, misunderstandings still happen. It's part of being human. But I've found that practicing active listening and showing empathy can make all the difference. When I take the time to hear someone out, even when I disagree, it shows that I value their perspective. Most conflicts rooted in miscommunication can be resolved with patience and a willingness to understand. Looking back, I realize that many of my past conflicts could have been avoided with better communication. It's not always easy, but striving for clarity and compassion in my interactions has strengthened my relationships and brought more peace into my life. 4. Envy and jealousy. I used to think that if I worked hard and treated people with kindness, I'd naturally earn their support and goodwill. But life has a funny way of proving otherwise. I'll never forget when I received a promotion at work that I had worked tirelessly for. Instead of celebrating with me, one of my closest colleagues became distant and cold. At first, I thought I'd done something wrong, but over time, it became clear. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Envy and jealousy are strange emotions. They can turn admiration into contempt and respect into resentment. Stoicism gave me a new lens to view this. Marcus Aurelius said, "Don't worry about things outside your control." And the truth is, someone else's envy is entirely outside my control. I didn't create their feelings. Their dissatisfaction with their own life did. My success simply held up a mirror to their insecurities. It's not easy to deal with envy, especially when it comes from people you care about. At first, I tried to shrink myself, downplaying my achievements to avoid making them uncomfortable, but that only made me feel small and diminished my hard-earned success. Over time, I realized that hiding my light wasn't the answer. Instead, I began to focus on staying grounded in my values, working hard, being kind, and supporting others in their journeys. When I encounter envy now, I remind myself that it's not a reflection of who I am, but of what the other person is struggling with. I also try to respond with compassion. Instead of taking their behavior personally, I look for ways to encourage and uplift them, showing them that my success doesn't take away from theirs. Envy is a powerful emotion, but it's one that people must deal with on their own terms. My role is to keep moving forward, staying true to my path, and not letting others' insecurities hold me back. In the end, I've learned that my achievements don't just belong to me. They're also opportunities to inspire others, even if they don't see it that way right away. And that perspective keeps me focused on the bigger picture. 5. Lack of recognition. One of the most painful experiences I've had was feeling invisible in a group where I worked so hard to contribute. I poured hours of effort into a project, ensuring every detail was perfect, only to watch someone else get all the credit. I smiled politely, but inside I felt a sharp sting of bitterness. Why didn't anyone notice what I had done? Why was my effort so easily overlooked? It's a natural human desire to want recognition for our hard work. When that acknowledgement doesn't come, it can breed resentment and even anger, not just toward those who overlooked us, but also toward anyone who seems to receive the recognition we crave. But the more I've studied Stoic philosophy, the more I've realized that seeking validation from others is a fragile foundation for happiness. Epictetus reminds us, don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose. Recognition from others is fleeting and often influenced by factors beyond our control. I've learned that the key to overcoming this sense of invisibility lies in shifting my focus inward. Instead of seeking external validation, I now strive to find fulfillment in the work itself. Did I do my best? Did I act with integrity? If the answer is yes, then I know my effort has value, even if no one else acknowledges it. That's not to say I don't still feel the pang of being overlooked sometimes. It's human. But I've also learned the importance of speaking up for myself when appropriate. Sometimes people simply aren't aware of what you've contributed, and a gentle reminder can make all the difference. Other times, I've had to accept that not everyone will notice or appreciate my work, and that's okay too. Now, when I feel underappreciated, I remind myself why I do what I do. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to grow, to learn, and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I'm part of. By focusing on those internal rewards, I found a deeper sense of peace and purpose, and that's something no one can take away from me. 6. Competition and rivalry. I used to think of competition as purely motivational, something that pushed everyone to do better. But I've learned that competition can easily shift from a healthy drive to a toxic rivalry, especially when emotions like insecurity and jealousy get involved. One experience stands out vividly. A colleague and I were both working toward the same promotion. At first, it felt like friendly competition, but as the deadline approached, the dynamic changed. They started undermining me subtly, questioning my ideas in meetings, and even spreading rumors about my work ethic. I was shocked and hurt. I had always seen competition as a way for both parties to improve, not as a reason to tear each other down. For a while, I let their actions consume me. I started doubting myself, wondering if I should retaliate or try to outplay them. But then I stumbled upon Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. What stands in the way becomes the way. That quote shifted my mindset completely. I realized that the rivalry wasn't just an obstacle, it was an opportunity to focus on my own values and growth. Instead of engaging in their negativity, I decided to concentrate on what I could control. Doing my best work with integrity, I stopped comparing myself to them and redirected my energy into proving my worth through my actions. When I took my focus off the competition and put it back on self-improvement, I found clarity and peace. I couldn't control their behavior, but I could control how I responded. The promotion eventually went to me, but by the time it did, my perspective had shifted. Winning wasn't about beating them. It was about staying true to my principles. Looking back, I'm grateful for that experience. It taught me that toxic competition doesn't have to pull you down. It can be a chance to rise above and reaffirm your values. Now, I approach rivalry differently. I see it as a tool for growth rather than a battle to win. When competition arises, I remind myself that another person's success doesn't diminish mine, and there's room for everyone to thrive. That mindset has not only made me more resilient, but also helped me build healthier, more respectful relationships, even with those I once considered rivals. 7. Personal insecurities and projection. I didn't fully understand the power of personal insecurities until I found myself on the receiving end of someone's misplaced hostility. A co-worker, who always seemed friendly enough, suddenly started acting cold and dismissive toward me. They would roll their eyes during meetings when I spoke or dismiss my ideas without much consideration. It baffled me. What had I done to deserve this? After weeks of frustration, a mutual friend confided in me. The co-worker felt threatened by my recent success in a project they had wanted to lead. At first, I took their behavior personally. I questioned myself. Was I being too assertive? Did I unintentionally overshadow them? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized their hostility wasn't about me. It was about their own insecurities. They were projecting their feelings of inadequacy onto me, using me as a scapegoat for their internal struggles. Stoic wisdom offered clarity. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This reminded me that their perception of me was rooted in their fears, not in who I actually was. Instead of letting their negativity consume me, I chose to respond with empathy. I didn't confront them or call them out. Instead, I focused on staying consistent in my behavior, kind, collaborative, and respectful. I also started seeing their actions as a reflection of their struggles rather than an attack on me. It shifted my perspective entirely. Their resentment didn't mean I was in the wrong. It meant they were grappling with feelings of inadequacy, and my success had unintentionally triggered those emotions. Now, when I encounter similar situations, I remind myself of this lesson. Everyone has insecurities, and sometimes they manifest as negativity toward others. It's not my job to fix their feelings, but it is my responsibility to maintain my integrity. Instead of taking it personally, I choose to focus on my own growth while extending understanding to those who might be projecting their struggles. This mindset has helped me approach conflicts with more compassion and less frustration. It's a reminder that what others see in you often has more to do with what they feel about themselves, and that's their battle, not yours. 8. Lack of empathy and understanding. I used to believe that if I treated people with kindness and fairness, they'd naturally do the same in return. But over time, I realized that not everyone sees the world through the same lens. One particular experience drove this home for me. I had a disagreement with a teammate on a project. I thought I had been clear and reasonable, but they took my comments as a personal attack. Instead of talking it out, they began avoiding me, and eventually spreading negativity about me to others. At first, I was frustrated and confused. I couldn't understand how they had misunderstood my intentions so badly. But then it hit me. They weren't seeing the situation from my perspective. They had interpreted my words through the filter of their own experiences and insecurities, just as I might have done in their shoes. It wasn't malice, it was a lack of empathy and understanding. Stoicism has taught me a lot about this dynamic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" That piece of wisdom shifted my thinking. Instead of getting defensive, I began to reflect on how I might also misinterpret others or fail to empathize in certain situations. I decided to approach the teammate with humility and openness. I apologized for any misunderstanding and explained my intentions clearly, without blaming them. It wasn't an instant fix, but over time, the relationship improved. That experience taught me that many conflicts stem from a lack of mutual understanding, not outright hostility. Since then, I've made empathy a priority in my interactions. When someone seems upset or distant, I ask myself, what might they be going through that I don't see? I've learned to listen more, judge less, and give people the benefit of the doubt. It doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean approaching situations with compassion and a willingness to bridge the gap. Empathy isn't always easy, but it's essential for building stronger, healthier connections. By practicing it, I've found that I'm not just better at resolving conflicts, I'm also better at avoiding them in the first place. And that's a win for everyone involved. 9. The influence of social expectations. I'll never forget the first time I realized how powerful social expectations could be in shaping how others perceive us. When I decided to pursue an unconventional career path, people I thought would support me instead started treating me differently. Some questioned my choices outright, while others seemed to distance themselves. It was subtle but unmistakable. Their disappointment and judgment came not from who I was, but from the fact that I wasn't living up to what they believed I should do. At first, I felt a deep sense of frustration. I wanted to explain myself, to justify my decisions and prove that my path was valid. But then I asked myself a simple question: who am I really living for? This reflection brought me back to a core principle of Stoicism. Epictetus said, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about these things." Their judgments weren't the problem. It was how much I allowed those judgments to affect me. I realized that their discomfort wasn't really about me. My choices challenged the norms and values they had built their lives around. In some ways, I think my decision forced them to confront their own doubts or fears about living authentically. Once I understood this, I stopped feeling the need to justify myself. I let go of trying to win their approval and focused instead on staying true to my own values and goals. Over time, I also learned to embrace the idea that not everyone will understand or accept your path. And that's okay. Some people will come around once they see your conviction, while others may never fully understand. What matters is that you stay aligned with your purpose and don't let societal pressures dictate your life. Now, when I face judgment or resistance for stepping outside of the norm, I remind myself that authenticity often disrupts comfort zones, including my own. Living true to myself isn't just freeing, it's necessary for my happiness and growth. By embracing this mindset, I've found greater peace and fulfillment, and I've learned to navigate others' expectations with grace and confidence. 10. The lack of recognition. I've always believed that hard work would speak for itself, but life has taught me that's not always the case. I remember pouring my heart and soul into organizing a major event at work. I stayed late, coordinated every detail, and made sure everything went smoothly. The event was a success, but when it came time for acknowledgements, my name wasn't mentioned. Instead, someone else, who had only played a minor role, received all the praise. I felt crushed. It wasn't about wanting to be in the spotlight. It was about feeling like my effort mattered. For a while, I let the bitterness linger. I replayed the scene in my head, wondering why my contributions were invisible. But then I came across a quote by Epictetus. "Don't allow your happiness to depend on something you may lose." It made me realize that recognition, while gratifying, is fleeting and often out of our control. That moment shifted my perspective. I asked myself, why did I do the work in the first place? The answer wasn't for applause. It was because I believed in the project and wanted it to succeed. That realization helped me let go of the resentment and focus on what truly mattered, the satisfaction of knowing I gave my best effort. Since then, I've learned to find fulfillment in the process rather than the outcome. When recognition comes, I accept it gratefully, but I no longer rely on it to validate my worth. And when it doesn't, I remind myself that my value isn't tied to others' acknowledgement. I also make an effort to recognize others' contributions whenever I can. I know firsthand how much it means, and it's a simple way to spread positivity. Recognition is nice, but it's not the goal. The goal is to stay aligned with my values, take pride in my work, and keep growing. By focusing on these internal rewards, I've found that I don't need external validation as much anymore. Instead, I've discovered a deeper sense of purpose and peace, knowing that my effort and integrity will always speak for themselves, whether others notice or not. Opponentes Rumors and gossip. I've experienced firsthand how damaging rumors and gossip can be. A few years ago, I was part of a team where one co-worker started spreading a false story about me. I had no idea it was happening until people started acting differently around me. More guarded, less friendly. At first I was confused, wondering what had changed. Then I overheard someone repeating the rumor, and my heart sank. It felt unfair and frustrating. I wanted to confront the person spreading it, to defend myself and set the record straight. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how futile that would be. Gossip has a life of its own. Trying to chase it down and correct every misstep would only drain my energy and likely make me seem defensive or guilty. Instead, I turned to Stoic wisdom. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This reminded me that the only thing within my control was my own integrity and actions. If I stayed consistent in living my values, the truth would eventually become clear to those who mattered. I focused on being authentic and kind, even to the person who had started the rumor. It wasn't easy, but I reminded myself that their behavior said more about them than it did about me. Over time, people saw through the falsehoods. My relationships at work improved, and my reputation healed. Not because I fought the rumor, but because I lived in a way that proved it wrong. That experience taught me to rise above gossip and avoid letting it define my self-worth. It also made me more mindful about how I talk about others. Words carry weight, and I now choose to use mine to uplift rather than tear down. When I hear rumors about others, I refuse to participate, knowing how much harm they can cause. In the end, I've learned that authenticity is the best defense against gossip. By staying true to who I am and letting my actions speak louder than others' words, I've found peace in knowing that the truth always has a way of shining through. 12. Inability to accept criticism or truth. I've learned that honesty can be a double-edged sword. There was a time when I offered constructive feedback to a close friend about a project they were working on. I approached the conversation with care, pointing out areas for improvement while also praising their efforts. I thought I was helping them grow, but instead they became defensive and distant. Over time, our friendship grew strained, and I couldn't figure out why until they admitted they had taken my feedback as a personal attack. It was a tough pill to swallow. My intentions had been good, but they weren't received that way. I realized that not everyone is ready to confront uncomfortable truths or accept criticism, no matter how gently it's delivered. Sometimes, people's inability to hear the truth stems from their own fears and insecurities. Stoicism helped me navigate this. Epictetus advises, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. This reminded me that being honest, even when it's uncomfortable, is more important than being liked. I've since learned to balance honesty with empathy. Instead of assuming that everyone is ready for the truth, I now gauge whether they're open to feedback. If they are, I try to frame it in a way that feels constructive and supportive rather than critical. And if they're not, I've learned to step back and respect their journey. It's not my place to force growth on someone who isn't ready. On the flip side, I've also reflected on how I handle criticism. It's not always easy to hear, but I remind myself that feedback is an opportunity to learn and improve. When I approach criticism with curiosity instead of defensiveness, I grow stronger and more resilient. Not everyone will react positively to honesty, and that's okay. What matters is that I stay true to my values while remaining compassionate. Whether it's offering or receiving feedback, I've learned that growth takes courage, and not everyone is ready to face it. By focusing on my integrity and practicing patience, I've found a way to navigate these situations without letting them harm my relationships or my sense of self. Now that you know these 12 reasons why people might secretly hate you, you have the power to rise above negativity and protect your peace. Remember, these feelings often reflect others' inner struggles more than they do your actions. By applying the insights and Stoic wisdom we've explored today, you can navigate these challenges with clarity, confidence, and resilience. If you found this video valuable, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps more people discover this content. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow wiser with us. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced situations like these, and how did you handle them? Share your takeaways and stories below. Your perspective could inspire someone else in the community. Thank you for watching, and remember, every challenge is an opportunity to grow. See you in the next video.
Ten signs you're dealing with an evil person. Have you ever encountered someone who seems to thrive on causing chaos and pain in others' lives? It's a chilling realization, but evil people exist, and their impact can be devastating. Welcome to today's video, where we delve into a topic that's both fascinating and frightening: the signs you're dealing with an evil person. Whether you've crossed paths with such individuals or fear that someone close to you is exhibiting troubling behavior, this is a discussion you cannot afford to miss. Evil people aren't just difficult, they lack empathy, manipulate and control with a cold precision that leaves a trail of destruction in their wake. Stay with us as we uncover the 10 telltale signs of evil, offering wisdom and strategies to protect yourself from their toxic influence. And don't forget, we have a special bonus at the end, a powerful method for setting boundaries with the destructive personalities. Welcome to Wellness Lenses, where we explore mental health and the journey to self-development. Let's dive in. Section 1. Exploitation of vulnerabilities. One of the most insidious traits of an evil person is their ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of others. This exploitation is not a mere act of opportunism. It is a deliberate and calculated move to gain power and control. Imagine a person who, upon learning of your financial struggles, offers seemingly generous help, but with strings attached. Over time, this assistance becomes a tool for manipulation, making you feel indebted and obligated. The Stoic philosopher Seneca advised that true strength lies in helping others without expecting anything in return. In contrast, evil individuals weaponize kindness to create dependency. They target your emotional, financial, or physical weaknesses, turning them into instruments of control. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Do not be blinded by their initial generosity or sympathy. Instead, observe the patterns of their actions. Are they genuinely helping, or are they creating a situation where you are increasingly reliant on them? A wise person remains vigilant, understanding that true assistance empowers, while exploitation entraps. Remember, the foundation of any healthy relationship is mutual respect and support, not manipulation through vulnerability. Section 2. Pathological lying. Pathological lying is a hallmark of an evil person. Unlike occasional falsehoods that most people might tell, pathological liars weave a web of deceit that permeates every aspect of their lives. They lie not only to manipulate situations to their advantage, but also for the sheer pleasure of deception. These individuals construct a facade, presenting themselves as trustworthy and reliable while hiding their true intentions. As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the cornerstones of a virtuous life. The lies of an evil person erode trust, creating an environment where truth is a rare commodity. Their deceit is often so elaborate and convincing that it becomes difficult to discern reality from fiction. This constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, leaving a trail of confusion and mistrust. To protect oneself, it is essential to remain grounded in truth and practice discernment. Be aware of inconsistencies in their stories and actions. Over time, their pattern of deceit will become evident. Trust is earned through consistent and truthful behavior, not through the manipulation of facts. By valuing truth and integrity, you shield yourself from the corrosive effects of pathological liars. Section 3. Manipulation. Manipulation is a subtle yet powerful tool wielded by evil individuals to bend others to their will. Unlike straightforward aggression, manipulation is insidious, often masquerading as concern or affection. The manipulator skillfully exploits emotions, using guilt, fear, and obligation to control their victims. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of reason and self-control. He warned against allowing others to dictate our actions through emotional manipulation. Evil people are masters of this dark art. They may play the victim, making you feel responsible for their happiness or success. Alternatively, they might shower you with praise and attention, only to withdraw it to keep you in a state of perpetual insecurity. Recognizing manipulation requires a clear and objective mind. Reflect on your interactions with such individuals. Are their actions and words consistent? Do they often make you feel guilty or obligated? A wise person understands that genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and honesty, not on coercion and deceit. By cultivating inner strength and self-awareness, you can resist manipulation and maintain control over your own life. Remember, true power lies in mastering oneself, not in controlling others. Section 4. Charismatic but toxic. Evil individuals often cloak their malevolence in charisma and charm. At first glance, they seem genuinely interested in you, showering you with attention and making you feel valued. However, this facade quickly fades as their true nature emerges. These toxic personalities thrive on being the center of attention, often resorting to belittling or criticizing others to maintain their dominance. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true character is revealed through consistent actions, not through superficial charm. An evil person's charisma is a tool for manipulation, drawing you in before unveiling their toxic behavior. They may interrupt you, talk over you, or make you feel inferior to bolster their own ego. Recognizing this behavior is essential for self-preservation. Observe how they treat others, especially those who cannot offer them anything in return. A genuinely good person treats everyone with respect, regardless of their status. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. A wise individual remains wary of those who seem too good to be true, understanding that true virtue is quiet and unassuming, not loud and ostentatious. Section 5. Unpredictable behavior. Unpredictable behavior is a common trait among evil people, creating an environment of instability and fear. These individuals are erratic, their actions and moods shifting without warning. This unpredictability keeps those around them constantly on edge, never knowing what to expect next. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised, maintaining inner peace requires understanding that external chaos is beyond our control. Evil people exploit this chaos, using it to manipulate and control others. Their erratic behavior can manifest as sudden outbursts of anger, mood swings, or inexplicable actions. This unpredictability is a deliberate tactic to keep you unsettled and dependent on their approval. Recognizing this pattern is crucial. Stay grounded in your own values and principles, and do not allow their chaos to dictate your emotions or actions. A wise person understands that true strength comes from within, not from external validation. By maintaining a calm and steady demeanor, you can navigate the storm of unpredictability and protect your inner peace. Remember, stability and consistency are hallmarks of a virtuous life, while chaos and unpredictability are tools of manipulation. Section 6. Isolation Tactics. Isolation is a powerful strategy employed by evil individuals to control and dominate their victims. By severing your connections with friends, family, and support systems, they make you increasingly dependent on them. This isolation can be subtle, starting with criticism of your loved ones and escalating to outright forbidding you from seeing them. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of community and relationships in achieving a virtuous life. Evil people, however, seek to undermine this by isolating you from those who provide support and perspective. Recognizing this tactic is essential for maintaining your autonomy. Pay attention to efforts to distance you from your social network. Are they frequently criticizing your friends and family, or creating conflicts that force you to choose sides? A wise person values and nurtures their relationships, understanding that a strong support system is crucial for emotional well-being. Resist attempts to isolate you by maintaining open communication with your loved ones and seeking their counsel. By staying connected, you protect yourself from the insidious effects of isolation and maintain your independence and strength. Section 7. Lack of empathy. A profound lack of empathy is a defining characteristic of an evil person. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is the cornerstone of meaningful human relationships. Without it, interactions become hollow and self-serving. An evil person's actions are often devoid of any genuine concern for how they affect others. They may inflict pain or discomfort without a second thought, driven solely by their own desires and ambitions. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true strength lies in understanding and caring for others. The absence of empathy creates a void where cruelty and indifference thrive. Recognizing this lack is crucial. Observe how they react to others' suffering or misfortune. Do they show genuine concern, or do they dismiss it as irrelevant? A wise person values empathy and compassion, understanding that these qualities are essential for a harmonious and virtuous life. Protect yourself by setting boundaries with those who lack empathy and surrounding yourself with individuals who demonstrate genuine care and understanding. By doing so, you foster an environment of mutual respect and support, shielding yourself from the coldness of an unempathetic heart. Section 8. Extreme control. Extreme control is a defining trait of evil individuals, manifesting in their relentless desire to dominate every aspect of your life. This control goes beyond mere preferences. It is an all-consuming need to dictate your actions, choices, and even thoughts. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to control our own minds and actions. Evil people, however, seek to strip you of this freedom, imposing their will through constant surveillance, criticism, and intimidation. Recognizing this behavior is essential for reclaiming your autonomy. Reflect on your interactions. Are they always checking up on you, demanding to know your whereabouts and micromanaging your decisions? Do they use threats or emotional manipulation to enforce their control? A wise person understands the importance of personal freedom and the right to make their own choices. Resist their attempts to dominate by setting firm boundaries and asserting your independence. Surround yourself with supportive individuals who respect your autonomy. By doing so, you maintain control over your own life and protect yourself from the oppressive grip of extreme control. Section 9. Enjoyment of others' misery. One of the most disturbing traits of an evil person is their enjoyment of others' misery. This goes beyond a lack of empathy. It is a perverse pleasure derived from causing or witnessing suffering. Such individuals might laugh at others' misfortunes or go out of their way to create pain and chaos. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of kindness and compassion in our interactions. Evil people, however, thrive on the opposite. Their joy in others' suffering reveals a deep-seated malice. Recognizing this trait is vital. Observe their reactions to misfortune. Do they show a disturbing delight in the pain of others? A wise person understands that true happiness comes from lifting others up, not tearing them down. Protect yourself by distancing from those who find joy in cruelty. Cultivate relationships with individuals who exhibit kindness and compassion. By doing so, you create a positive environment that fosters growth and well-being. Remember, the measure of a person's character is in their ability to show empathy and kindness, not in their capacity for cruelty and malice. Section 10. Lack of accountability. A lack of accountability is a hallmark of an evil person. They rarely, if ever, take responsibility for their actions. Instead, they are quick to blame others or external circumstances, evading any sense of personal responsibility. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of self-reflection and accountability in personal growth. An evil person's refusal to acknowledge their faults hinders any possibility for improvement or genuine change. This lack of accountability often manifests in constant excuses, shifting blame, and a complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Pay attention to how they respond when confronted with their mistakes. Do they own up to their actions, or do they deflect and accuse others? A wise person values accountability, understanding that it is essential for integrity and trust. Protect yourself by holding firm to your own values and expecting accountability in your relationships. Surround yourself with individuals who demonstrate honesty and a willingness to learn from their mistakes. By fostering an environment of accountability, you ensure that your interactions are built on a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Evil people can weave their way into our lives, leaving us feeling manipulated, controlled, and hurt. But by recognizing these 10 signs, you can protect yourself and reclaim your peace. Remember, it's not just about identifying these traits, but also about setting firm boundaries and standing strong in your values. If you found this video helpful, please like and share it to help others recognize and deal with the evil people in their lives. Don't forget to subscribe to Wellness Lenses for more insights on mental health and self-development. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue bringing you valuable content. Have any questions or experiences to share? Drop them in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay wise, stay strong, and see you in the next video.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is using you that you must know. Have you ever had that sinking feeling that someone in your life is only there for what you can do for them? Maybe it's a friend who only calls when they need a favor, or a partner who seems more interested in what you provide than who you are. If you felt this way, you're not alone. And today, we're uncovering the 10 clearest signs that someone is using you. But here's the twist. It's not always obvious when it's happening. Manipulation and selfish behavior often come disguised as flattery, friendship, or even love. You might think you're just being generous, helpful, or kind, but underneath it all, their motives might be far from pure. This list will challenge your assumptions and help you spot the subtle and not so subtle behaviors that reveal someone's true intentions. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these toxic patterns, but also feel empowered to set boundaries and protect yourself. Because the truth is, your time and energy are precious, and no one deserves to drain them for their own gain. Let's dive in and uncover these 10 terrible signs, starting with one you've likely experienced before, but may not have recognized for what it truly is. 1. They only contact you when they need something. Have you ever noticed that someone only texts or calls when they need a favor? It's not a casual, "Hey, how are you doing?" or a friendly check-in, but rather a direct or indirect way to ask for help. Maybe it's borrowing money, asking for advice, or needing a ride. At first you might brush it off, thinking, they're just busy, and everyone needs help sometimes. But over time, you realize that these interactions are one-sided. They're not reaching out because they care about you, but because they need something from you. I've experienced this firsthand. There was a friend I genuinely cared about, someone I thought valued our connection as much as I did. But looking back, I can't recall a single time they contacted me just to talk or share good news. Every message was transactional. "Can you help me move this weekend?" "I'm short on cash. Can you cover me?" Or, "Can you help me with this problem?" It was always about what I could do for them. It took me a while to recognize the pattern because I wanted to believe the best about them. This behavior can make you feel like a tool rather than a person. At first, you might excuse it, thinking, maybe they're struggling or I'm just being kind. But the truth is, genuine relationships are built on mutual care, not convenience. A real friend will ask how you're doing, even when they don't need anything. They'll celebrate your wins, comfort you during your losses, and invest time and effort into the relationship. Reflecting on these moments, I realized that I was draining myself emotionally and physically for someone who wouldn't even ask, "How was your day?" I started setting boundaries, which wasn't easy but was necessary. If someone truly values you, they'll respect your limits and make an effort to connect beyond their needs. Pay attention to how people show up in your life. If they're always too busy for you, unless they need something, it's time to reassess the relationship. Remember, you're not an on-demand service. You deserve connections where both people show up for each other without strings attached. Life is too short to waste on one-sided relationships. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Relationships thrive on balance. It's not about keeping score, but there's an unspoken understanding in healthy connections that effort should flow both ways. If you're the one always reaching out, making plans, or offering help, and they rarely do the same for you, it's a major red flag. I remember being in a friendship where I did all the heavy lifting. I planned the meetups, initiated conversations, and even made excuses for their lack of involvement. At first, I convinced myself they were just busy or not the planning type. But the truth became hard to ignore. They weren't putting in the same energy I was. When I stopped making the effort, the relationship fizzled out, proving it was entirely one-sided. This dynamic isn't just unfair, it's exhausting. You find yourself questioning your worth, wondering if you're asking for too much, but you're not. True friendships and relationships thrive on mutual care, where both parties want to contribute equally. If you're constantly giving and they're only taking, it's time to reconsider their place in your life. 3. They don't appreciate you. Feeling unappreciated can cut deep. It's not just about wanting a thank you, it's about feeling seen and valued for what you bring to the table. When someone is using you, they often overlook your contributions entirely, treating them as if they're expected rather than earned. For instance, I once went above and beyond for a colleague, covering shifts and staying late to help with their workload. But instead of gratitude, I received indifference. No acknowledgement, no thanks, just more requests for help. It was as if my efforts were invisible. That's when I realized people who are using you rarely show appreciation because in their minds they're entitled to your help. Over time, this lack of acknowledgement chips away at your self-esteem. You start to feel invisible, like your contributions don't matter, but they do. Real friends, partners and colleagues notice your efforts and express gratitude, not out of obligation, but because they genuinely value you. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. When you finally gather the courage to bring up their behavior, the response can be even more telling. Instead of acknowledging your feelings, they twist the situation to make you feel. 2. Your efforts are not reciprocated. Think about the times you've gone out of your way for someone, whether it's lending a hand when they needed help, always being the one to reach out, or offering your time and energy to support them. Now, think about how they respond when the roles are reversed. Do they meet you with the same willingness and effort, or do they disappear, offering excuses or silence instead of support? I've been in situations where I felt like the glue holding a friendship or relationship together. For example, I had a friend who never initiated plans, but always accepted my invitations. I would check in on them regularly, send thoughtful messages, and even go out of my way to help them during tough times. Yet when I faced a difficult period, their silence was deafening. It wasn't just about their absence during hard times. It was their complete lack of initiative to maintain the relationship when I stopped putting in the effort. What I realized was that reciprocity isn't just about big gestures. It's about the small, everyday signs that someone values you. Do they text first once in a while? Do they make an effort to celebrate your wins, no matter how small? Do they notice when you're not okay and offer support without you having to ask? When someone doesn't do any of these things, it signals that their priority isn't the relationship. It's what they can get from it. One-sided relationships don't just drain your energy, they make you question your worth. You might think, if I just give a little more, maybe they'll appreciate me. But the truth is, people who don't reciprocate aren't likely to change unless they see their behavior as a problem, and that usually doesn't happen unless you set boundaries. The key is to recognize the imbalance and decide how much of your time and energy you're willing to invest. Healthy relationships are partnerships where both people contribute willingly and joyfully. If you're the only one doing the work, it's time to step back and evaluate whether the relationship is truly worth your effort. After all, you deserve connections that leave you feeling supported, valued and cared for, not depleted. 3. They don't appreciate you. When someone truly values you, they'll make an effort to show it, through their words, actions, or even small gestures. But when someone is using you, appreciation becomes almost non-existent. They treat your kindness, support, and effort as if it's their entitlement rather than a gift you've chosen to give. I remember helping a close acquaintance through a rough financial patch. I lent them money, listened to their struggles, and even helped them find some job leads. I didn't expect anything in return except maybe a sincere thank you or acknowledgement of my effort. Instead, they acted as if my help was their due. There was no gratitude, no sense of reciprocity, just an expectation that I'd keep stepping in whenever they needed me. Over time, it felt less like kindness on my part and more like obligation, dictated by their indifference. This lack of appreciation can cut deeply. It makes you feel invisible, as if all the energy you've poured into the relationship goes unnoticed or unvalued. Over time, it can erode your self-worth, leaving you questioning if you're even worth appreciating in the first place. The problem isn't with you, it's with them. People who take others for granted are often too focused on their own needs to recognize the effort and care they're being given. True appreciation isn't just about saying thank you. It's about someone acknowledging your value, treating your time and energy with respect, and showing that they don't take your presence in their life for granted. When someone appreciates you, you feel it, not just in their words, but in how they treat you overall. If you notice someone consistently failing to show appreciation, it's a sign to reevaluate the relationship. Ask yourself, does this person truly value me? Or are they just using me to meet their needs? You deserve to be appreciated for who you are and for everything you bring to the table. Don't settle for less. 4. They gaslight you when confronted. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is how they react when you try to address the imbalance. Instead of acknowledging your feelings or taking responsibility, they twist the situation to make you feel like the problem. This manipulation, known as gaslighting, can leave you questioning your own perspective and emotions. I remember confronting someone about always taking from the relationship and never giving back. I pointed out how I was the one making all the effort, while they seemed content to just take. Instead of listening, they turned the conversation around, saying things like, "You're overreacting," or "I can't believe you think I'm that kind of person." They made me feel like I was being unreasonable or selfish for even bringing it up. By the end of the conversation, I was the one apologizing, despite the fact that I was the one being taken advantage of. Gaslighting is a powerful tool for manipulators because it makes you doubt yourself. When they frame your concerns as unfair, dramatic, or entirely in your head, you start to believe it. You might think, maybe I'm being too sensitive, or perhaps I misunderstood their intentions. But here's the truth. If you're feeling hurt or used, those feelings are valid. Your emotions are telling you that something isn't right, and they deserve to be heard and respected. A healthy relationship doesn't involve blame shifting or denial. If someone truly values you, they'll listen to your concerns and make an effort to understand your perspective. They won't dismiss your feelings or make you feel guilty for expressing them. Gaslighting, on the other hand, is a way of deflecting responsibility and keeping you in a cycle of doubt and compliance. The next time someone twists your words or invalidates your feelings when you try to have an honest conversation, take a step back. Ask yourself if their reaction is about self-preservation rather than genuine care for you. Trust your instincts and remember, real friends or partners will work through issues with you, not make you feel like you're the issue. Protect your peace and don't let anyone manipulate you into believing you deserve less. 5. They prioritize their needs over yours. A strong relationship involves give and take, where both people's needs are considered and respected. However, when someone is using you, their needs will always take precedence over yours. Your feelings, goals, or struggles become secondary, or worse, irrelevant, in their world. I've had experiences where someone would constantly ask for my time and energy, but never reciprocated when I needed the same. For instance, I had a friend who always needed advice or support whenever they were going through something, and I was happy to help. But when I was facing my own challenges, they were either too busy or entirely uninterested. Conversations would quickly shift back to their problems, leaving me feeling unheard and unsupported. This dynamic often leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. No matter how much you give, it's never enough because their focus is always on themselves. You might even catch them brushing off your concerns with phrases like, "You'll figure it out," or "That's not a big deal." Over time, this pattern becomes a clear sign that they don't truly value you or the relationship. They see you as a resource to fulfill their needs, not as an equal partner. People who prioritize their own needs over yours often disguise their behavior in subtle ways, making you feel guilty for asking for anything in return. They might frame your requests for support as unreasonable or inconvenient, further reinforcing the imbalance. A healthy relationship involves mutual care and respect. Both people should feel heard, valued, and supported, especially during tough times. If someone consistently puts their needs first while ignoring yours, it's time to reevaluate their role in your life. Ask yourself, do they genuinely care about my well-being, or am I just a means to an end for them? Remember, your needs matter just as much as theirs. Relationships should be a partnership, not a one-way street. Don't let someone make you feel guilty for wanting balance and mutual respect in your connections. You deserve relationships that lift you up, not ones that leave you feeling neglected. 6. They disappear when you need help. One of the clearest signs that someone is using you is their sudden absence when you need support. They're quick to call on you for help with their problems, but when the tables turn, they're nowhere to be found. This inconsistency reveals that they're not truly invested in the relationship. They're only there for what they can gain. I've been in situations where I supported someone through countless challenges, offering advice, encouragement, and even practical help. But when I was going through a tough time, they didn't even ask how I was doing. I reached out, hoping for the same level of care I had shown them. But all I got were excuses like, "I'm too busy right now," or no response at all. It felt like I was yelling into an empty void, and it hurt deeply. This type of behavior leaves you feeling isolated and undervalued. It makes you question the authenticity of the relationship, as it becomes clear that their presence in your life was conditional. They were only there for what they could get, not what they could give. In healthy relationships, mutual support is the foundation. Real friends, partners, or family members don't vanish when you need them the most. They might not always have the perfect solution, but they show up, listen, and offer what they can because they genuinely care about you. When someone consistently fails to be there for you, it's a glaring sign that their priorities don't include your well-being. If you find yourself in a relationship where the other person is absent during your struggles, take a step back. Reflect on whether this connection is bringing value to your life or just taking from it. You deserve people who stand by you in both good times and bad, not those who disappear the moment you need a shoulder to lean on. Recognizing this imbalance is the first step toward protecting your energy and surrounding yourself with people who truly care. 7. They exploit your generosity. Generosity is a beautiful trait, but when someone exploits it, it becomes a tool for their benefit rather than a foundation for mutual respect. They might consistently ask for favors, money or your time, knowing you'll say yes because of your kind nature. The problem isn't your willingness to give. It's their willingness to take without limits or gratitude. I remember having a colleague who always seemed to need just a little help. At first, it was small favors, like covering their shift or helping with a project. I didn't mind because I believed in teamwork, but over time, their requests became bigger and more frequent. They'd say things like, "You're so reliable. I knew you'd do this for me." But they never returned the favor. They never offered to help me when I was swamped, and they didn't even acknowledge the effort I put in. Eventually I realized they were exploiting my willingness to help while giving nothing in return. This kind of dynamic can leave you feeling drained, resentful, and taken advantage of. You might find yourself saying yes, even when you're overwhelmed, just to avoid conflict or guilt. The truth is, people who exploit your generosity often rely on your discomfort with setting boundaries. They know you'll go the extra mile because you're kind-hearted, and they use that to their advantage. True relationships are built on mutual generosity, where both people give and take in balance. Exploitation, on the other hand, is entirely one-sided. It's important to recognize when your kindness is being taken for granted and to set boundaries to protect yourself. Saying no doesn't make you a bad person. It simply ensures that your energy and resources are being spent on people who genuinely value you. Ask yourself, does this person respect my boundaries, or do they push them to get what they want? If you feel more like a resource than a valued friend, it's time to reassess the relationship. Your generosity is a gift, not a given, and it should be appreciated, not exploited. 8. You feel drained around them. The people in your life should uplift and energize you, not leave you feeling emotionally, mentally, or even physically drained. When someone is using you, their constant demands, negativity, or selfishness can sap your energy, leaving you exhausted after every interaction. I once had a friend who seemed to turn every conversation into a complaint about their life or a request for help. No matter how much I tried to support or cheer them up, it was never enough. They would unload their problems onto me without asking about my day or my struggles. Over time, I noticed a pattern. I felt worse after talking to them, not better. It wasn't just that they needed help. It was that the relationship was entirely focused on them, with no room for my needs or feelings. When someone leaves you feeling drained, it's often because the relationship is imbalanced. You're constantly giving your time, attention, or emotional support, while they take without offering anything in return. This dynamic can make you feel like their emotional dumping ground or problem solver, rather than a valued friend or partner. Pay attention to how you feel after interacting with someone. Do you feel refreshed and supported, or do you feel tired, frustrated, or even resentful? Your emotions are important indicators of the health of your relationships. If someone consistently leaves you feeling depleted, it's a sign that their presence in your life might be more harmful than helpful. Healthy relationships are energizing. Even during tough times, they involve mutual care and support that leave both people feeling understood and valued. If someone is consistently draining you, it's time to set boundaries. Protect your energy and focus on relationships that enrich your life rather than deplete it. You deserve to feel good about the connections you have, not burdened by them. Remember, it's okay to prioritize your well-being over someone else's constant demands. 9. They manipulate you with flattery or guilt. People who use others often rely on manipulation to keep control of the relationship. They might use excessive flattery to make you feel special, or guilt to pressure you into doing things for them. These tactics are not about genuine connection, but about maintaining their advantage over you. I once knew someone who was an expert at this. Whenever they wanted something, they'd start with over-the-top compliments. "You're the only person I can trust with this," or "You're so amazing for always helping me." At first, it felt good to be appreciated, but I began to notice a pattern. The flattery wasn't sincere. It was a setup to get what they wanted. On the other hand, if I ever hesitated to help, they'd quickly pivot to guilt. "I thought you cared about me." Or, "I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own." This emotional manipulation traps you in a cycle of compliance. The flattery makes you feel obligated to help, while the guilt makes you feel bad if you don't. Over time, you might find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do, simply to avoid the guilt or maintain their approval. Recognizing these tactics is key to breaking free from the cycle. Flattery and guilt are tools manipulators use to blur boundaries and keep the focus on their needs. Genuine relationships don't rely on manipulation. They're built on honesty, mutual respect, and understanding. If someone is constantly using these tactics, take a step back and assess the situation. Ask yourself, do they truly care about me, or are they just using emotional manipulation to keep me compliant? Once you see through their behavior, it becomes easier to set boundaries and protect yourself from being used. Remember, you don't owe anyone your time or energy, especially when their methods make you feel uncomfortable or coerced. Stand firm in your worth. You deserve relationships that are based on authenticity, not manipulation. 10. You question their true intentions. One of the most telling signs that someone is using you is the nagging feeling that their intentions aren't genuine. Deep down, you start to sense that their actions are more about what they can gain from you than about a sincere connection. This unease doesn't come out of nowhere. It's your intuition picking up on subtle red flags. I've experienced this in relationships where everything seemed fine on the surface, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. For instance, there was a colleague who was overly friendly whenever they needed my help with a project or a favor. But outside of those moments, they didn't engage with me or show any interest in my life. It became clear that their friendliness wasn't about building a real connection. It was about keeping me close enough to use when it was convenient for them. This kind of behavior often leaves you feeling confused. You might find yourself asking, do they really care about me? Or am I just imagining things? Genuine relationships don't make you question someone's motives repeatedly. When someone values you, their intentions are clear. They want to be in your life because of who you are, not because of what you can provide. If you're constantly questioning their authenticity, it's worth pausing to evaluate the relationship. Are they there for you during your highs and lows, or do they only show up when it benefits them? Do their actions align with their words, or do they make promises they never keep? These questions can help clarify whether their intentions are genuine or self-serving. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Real connections leave you feeling secure and valued, not suspicious or uneasy. Don't ignore those gut feelings. They're often your best guide. You deserve relationships where you don't have to second-guess someone's motives, where the connection is built on mutual care and respect, not on hidden agendas. Prioritize those who show up for you genuinely, and let go of those who make you doubt their true intentions.
Have you ever wondered if you could command respect and demonstrate your worth without saying a single word? In a world inundated with noise and superficiality, is it possible that our actions could speak louder than our words? According to ancient Stoic philosophy, the answer is a resounding yes. Let's embark on a journey to discover how you can recognize and embody your true value through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, enriched with real-life examples to bring these principles to life. Develop resilience. Resilience is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It is about maintaining your dignity and composure, regardless of the adversities you face. Consider the life of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, yet emerged unbroken, leading South Africa out of apartheid and becoming a global symbol of endurance and dignity. Mandela's ability to endure extreme hardship and still rise to lead his nation demonstrates the Stoic principle of resilience. Life inevitably throws challenges our way: personal setbacks, professional hurdles, and unforeseen crises. The Stoics believed that our worth is truly shown in how we handle these difficulties. Embrace these challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. Each adversity faced and overcome builds your strength and reinforces your self-respect. This inner strength not only helps you maintain your composure, but also garners the respect of others. By developing resilience, you're not just surviving, you are thriving. You show that you can withstand life's storms and come out stronger. This quality of resilience is what makes you worthy of respect, both from yourself and others. It is through these trials that your true character is revealed, proving that actions indeed speak louder than words. Focus on actions, not words. In relationships, actions reveal true intentions more than words ever can. Mahatma Gandhi exemplified this principle through his non-violent resistance, like the Salt March, which spoke volumes more than any speech. Stoicism emphasizes practical wisdom, urging us to judge people by their actions. Observing consistent and genuine actions provides a clearer picture of someone's character, helping to cultivate more authentic and meaningful connections. Consider a scenario where someone promises to support you, but consistently fails to show up when needed. Their actions, or lack thereof, speak louder than their words. This principle helps you discern true allies from mere talkers. By focusing on actions, you build stronger, more reliable relationships based on trust and mutual respect. Embrace healthy skepticism. A dose of skepticism can protect you from potential disappointments in relationships. Steve Jobs, for example, approached new ideas and people with healthy skepticism, which helped him innovate and lead Apple to success. This doesn't mean being negative or cynical. Rather, it's about being mindful and observant. By taking the time to know someone and ensuring their actions match their words, you maintain a balanced and rational approach. This key aspect of Stoic philosophy helps you avoid unnecessary heartache and builds more solid, trustworthy connections. In practical terms, embracing healthy skepticism means being cautious and evaluating situations carefully. It's about asking the right questions and seeking evidence before forming judgments. This approach not only protects you from deceit, but also ensures that your relationships are based on genuine, consistent actions. Know your worth. Stoicism teaches that your worth is intrinsic and not dependent on external validation. Oprah Winfrey, despite facing significant hardships, always knew her worth and built a media empire by focusing on her abilities and self-value. Your self-esteem should not be swayed by others' opinions or social media metrics. Imagine yourself as a precious gemstone. Not everyone will recognize your value, but that doesn't diminish your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By focusing on your virtues and living a life you are proud of, you acknowledge your true worth. This intrinsic sense of value is crucial in maintaining self-respect and dignity, regardless of external circumstances." Cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is often overlooked, but is a powerful aspect of Stoicism. Keanu Reeves, known for his gratitude and humility despite his success, exemplifies this principle. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you foster a positive outlook and appreciation for life. Gratitude helps you recognize your achievements and qualities, reinforcing your sense of worth and positively influencing how others perceive and value you. Practicing gratitude shifts your focus from deficiencies to abundance. It encourages you to celebrate small victories and recognize the positive aspects of your life, thereby enhancing your overall well-being and sense of fulfillment. This practice not only improves your own mental health, but also makes you more pleasant to be around, further enhancing your relationships. Limit access. In a world of instant gratification, maintaining a sense of mystery and depth can enhance your perceived value. Beyoncé maintains a level of control over her public and private life, ensuring that her time and presence are valued. Limiting access is not about playing hard to get, but about recognizing your own worth and ensuring that others value your time and presence. This Stoic approach teaches self-discipline and emotional self-control, encouraging you to be selective about who you let into your life. By limiting access, you protect your energy and focus on meaningful interactions that genuinely enrich your life. This practice helps maintain a balance between openness and privacy, ensuring that your relationships are based on mutual respect and value. Practice unconditional love. Unconditional love in Stoicism goes beyond expecting nothing in return. Fred Rogers, known as Mr. Rogers, demonstrated unconditional love by accepting and valuing each child for who they were. This involves recognizing the intrinsic worth of every individual and showing empathy and compassion. By practicing forgiveness and letting go of resentment, you foster emotional healing and growth, building stronger, more genuine connections. Unconditional love means accepting people as they are, without trying to change them. It involves showing empathy and understanding, even in difficult situations. This practice not only improves your relationships, but also enhances your emotional well-being, as you learn to let go of negative feelings and focus on positive, constructive interactions. Be prepared to walk away. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is recognizing what you can and cannot control. J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections but knew her worth, walking away from offers that didn't respect her work until she found success. In relationships, this means being willing to walk away from situations that compromise your values. It requires inner strength and a deep understanding of your worth. By choosing to leave what no longer serves you, you make room for healthier and more fulfilling opportunities. This practice demonstrates your commitment to self-respect and integrity, ensuring that you do not settle for less than you deserve. Walking away is not a sign of weakness, but a testament to your strength and understanding of your worth. Present yourself with dignity. Dignity in Stoicism is about investing your energy wisely and authentically. Barack Obama maintained a composed and respectful demeanor throughout his presidency, even in the face of criticism. Presenting yourself with dignity means being true to who you are, rather than trying to impress others with superficialities. For example, consider a scenario where you're in a cafe and see two people on a date. One is flashy and trying hard to impress, while the other is comfortable in their own skin. The person who is genuine and self-assured, like Obama, is more likely to leave a lasting impression. This aligns with Stoic principles of living with integrity and self-respect. Act with boundaries. Setting and maintaining boundaries is a powerful way to demonstrate your self-respect. Maya Angelou set clear boundaries in her life, valuing honesty and respect. If you value honesty and someone lies to you, how you handle the situation speaks volumes. Addressing the issue calmly or stepping away can demonstrate your commitment to your values. This approach aligns with the Stoic emphasis on self-discipline and rationality. By setting boundaries, you protect your emotional well-being and ensure that your relationships are healthy and respectful. This practice is essential for maintaining self-respect and ensuring that others respect your values and limits. Solitude. Solitude is a powerful tool in the Stoic arsenal. Henry David Thoreau sought solitude at Walden Pond, where he spent 2 years in self-reflection. This period allowed him to write Walden and align his actions with his principles. Taking time to be alone and reflect helps you understand your true self and values without external influence, reinforcing your self-worth independent of others' opinions. Regular self-reflection helps you make decisions based on your principles and stay true to your values. This practice is essential for personal growth and self-awareness, ensuring that your actions are aligned with your true self. By seeking solitude, you create space for introspection and self-improvement, enhancing your overall well-being and sense of purpose. Onanda. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and to let go of what we cannot. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late Supreme Court Justice, never chased after approval, but focused on her work and principles, earning respect through her dedication to justice and equality. Chasing after someone who is pulling away is futile and diminishes your self-respect. Instead, value your worth and let things flow naturally, maintaining your dignity and attracting people who appreciate your strength and confidence. This practice ensures that your relationships are based on mutual respect and genuine interest, rather than desperation or insecurity. In summary, embracing Stoic principles in relationships empowers you to demonstrate your worth through actions, set healthy boundaries, and maintain your self-respect. By focusing on what you can control and valuing yourself intrinsically, you create a foundation for authentic and meaningful connections. Remember, true worth is demonstrated through consistent and genuine actions, not words. Let your dignity and integrity shine, and the world will recognize your true value.
Here are 10 actionable Stoic-inspired strategies to free yourself from external validation and start living boldly. What if the key to a truly free and fulfilled life was just a shift in perspective? How often have you held back, sacrificed joy, or missed opportunities because you feared what they might think? That fear of judgment, that need for approval, it's like a chain keeping you stuck. Here's the truth. No one's opinion matters more than your own. This isn't just feel-good advice. It's a cornerstone of Stoicism. A philosophy that teaches freedom comes from mastering your mind and letting go of what's beyond your control, like others' fleeting opinions. If you're ready to step into your full potential, let's dive in. Your journey to freedom begins now. 1. Understand the dichotomy of control. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine, Sarah. Sarah was always stressed about what her co-workers thought of her. If she wore a new outfit, she'd obsess over whether it was office appropriate. If she presented an idea in a meeting, she'd replay every word later, worrying if someone secretly disagreed. She spent so much energy chasing others' approval that she was constantly drained and deeply unhappy. One day, she shared her frustrations, and I asked her, "Sarah, who controls how they think about you?" She paused. "Well, they do." "Exactly," I said. "But who controls how you show up in that meeting or how you feel about that outfit?" She got it immediately. "I do." This is the dichotomy of control, a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's simple but profound. Some things are within your control and some aren't. Your thoughts, actions and reactions, yours to command. The opinions of others, completely outside your jurisdiction. Why waste time and energy stressing about what you can't control? Think about it. If you spend every day chasing the approval of others, you're giving away your power. It's like running on a treadmill that never stops. No matter how fast you go, you'll never get anywhere. Here's a practical step. Take out a sheet of paper and draw 2 columns. Label one "in my control" and the other "out of my control." Write down a recent situation that's stressing you out and sort the details into those columns. Then focus only on what's in the first column. When Sarah started doing this, she stopped obsessing over what others thought and started focusing on doing her best work. The result? More confidence, less stress, and, ironically, more respect from her co-workers. When you master the dichotomy of control, you reclaim your freedom. Make the choice to focus on your lane, not theirs. That's how you win. 2. Detach from external validation. Let's talk about Michael. He was a rising entrepreneur, launching a new product that had potential to change his industry. But instead of focusing on the value his product brought to the table, Michael was consumed by one thing. What would people say? He agonized over every detail, fearing criticism and rejection. When someone gave him negative feedback, it hit him like a punch to the gut. This is the trap of external validation. You hand over your emotional well-being to others, allowing their opinions to dictate your self-worth. Stoicism teaches us that real value comes from within, from living virtuously, staying true to our purpose, and aligning with our principles, not from the fleeting approval of others. Epictetus said, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters." In other words, let people think what they want. Their judgment isn't a reflection of you, it's a reflection of them. Michael eventually shifted his mindset. Instead of worrying about what others thought, he focused on whether his actions aligned with his mission. Did he create the best product he could? Yes. Did he act with integrity? Absolutely. That became his benchmark for success, and it freed him to innovate without fear. Here's your action step. Identify one area in your life where you crave approval. Maybe it's at work, on social media, or in your relationships. Now ask yourself, am I doing this for me or for the applause? Then start shifting your focus inward. Celebrate progress based on your effort and alignment with your values, not the praise of others. Remember, seeking approval is like chasing the wind. You'll never catch it, and even if you do, it won't last. Focus on building a foundation that can't be shaken, your self-worth. 3. Practice negative visualization. Imagine this. You're walking into a party, excited to see friends and meet new people. But then it happens. That little voice in your head starts whispering, "What if no one likes you? What if you say something embarrassing?" Suddenly you're nervous, awkward, and totally disconnected. Sound familiar? This is where Stoic wisdom can change the game. The practice of negative visualization isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. It's about imagining them so you can strip them of their power. The Stoics believed that fear of what could happen often paralyzes us more than the reality itself. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not be disturbed by the opinion of others, for if they are wrong, they need instruction. If they are right, you need to learn." In other words, what's the worst that could happen? Someone doesn't like your outfit. A joke doesn't land. Life goes on. Let me share a quick story. Anna was preparing for a big presentation, terrified she'd mess up and be judged. I asked her, "What's the absolute worst thing that could happen?" She laughed nervously and said, "I could forget my lines and look stupid." "Okay, then what?" I pressed. "Well, I guess I'd apologize, laugh it off, and keep going." Exactly. By walking through her fear, Anna realized it wasn't nearly as scary as she'd built it up to be. Here's your action step. Think of a situation where fear of judgment is holding you back. Imagine the worst-case scenario in detail. Then ask yourself, what's the worst thing that could realistically happen? Can I handle it? Most of the time, the answer is yes. Negative visualization turns fear into a challenge you can conquer. Face it head-on and watch your confidence soar. 4. Adopt the view from above. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Frustration builds as every minute ticks by, and you start spiraling. What will my boss think? Will this ruin my reputation? But then, imagine you're in a plane thousands of feet above, looking down at the same traffic. From that altitude, the cars are tiny dots, and the chaos you felt earlier seems insignificant. This shift in perspective is what Stoics call the view from above. By zooming out, you see how small most problems and opinions really are in the grand scheme of things. Marcus Aurelius frequently meditated on this idea, reminding himself to look at life from a higher vantage point. Consider the vastness of time and space and the smallness of our lives within it. Now, let's apply this to caring about others' opinions. Imagine you're nervous about speaking up in a meeting, fearing judgment, but from the view from above, those opinions are fleeting. A week, a month, or even a year from now, will anyone even remember what you said? Probably not. And if they do, will it really matter? Not likely. Here's a story. My client David was terrified of launching a podcast. He feared people would judge his voice, his ideas, or his credibility. I challenged him to take the view from above. Zoom out, I said. What will this mean in 10 years? If the podcast flops, what's the real impact? He laughed and admitted it wouldn't be a big deal. With that perspective, he launched, and today, his podcast is thriving. Action step. Next time you're overwhelmed by others' opinions, take a moment to meditate on the vastness of the universe. Imagine yourself as a tiny speck in an endless cosmos. Feel the weight of those judgments shrink and fade. The view from above isn't just philosophy, it's power. It reminds you to focus on what truly matters and let go of what doesn't. 5. Embrace impermanence. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the last time someone criticized you harshly? Maybe it was a snide remark from a co-worker or an offhand comment from a friend. Now, think about how much that moment consumed your mind back then. But here's the real question. Does it still matter now? Chances are it doesn't. That's because opinions, like all things, are fleeting. Stoicism teaches us to embrace impermanence, the understanding that nothing lasts forever. Marcus Aurelius captured this wisdom beautifully when he wrote, "Everything we see will quickly perish, and those who see it will perish too." This isn't meant to depress you, it's meant to free you. The judgment you fear today will fade with time, just like the countless worries you've faced before. Here's a story. Claire was a young artist who stopped sharing her work after a few harsh critiques online. She obsessed over the negative comments, letting them overshadow her love for creating. When I asked her to reflect on those comments a year later, she couldn't even remember the details. Why let something so temporary stop you from doing what you love? I asked. She realized she had given power to something that had already faded into the past. Action step. Think about a time you felt judged or criticized. How much does it matter to you today? Now remind yourself that today's challenges will fade just as quickly. Journaling on this regularly can reinforce your understanding of impermanence. When you embrace the fleeting nature of others' opinions, you stop giving them more weight than they deserve. Life is short, too short to let transient judgments hold you back. Focus on what truly matters and let the rest slip away like sand through your fingers. 6. Live according to your values. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of purpose, knowing that your actions align with who you truly are. You're not worrying about impressing others or chasing their approval because you're grounded in your own principles. That's the power of living according to your values. One of the greatest lessons Stoicism teaches is this: your values are your compass. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In other words, don't let the noise of others' opinions distract you from living authentically. The more aligned you are with your core values, the less you'll care about what others think. Let's look at John, a corporate executive. He used to make decisions based on what would gain him praise from his peers and superiors. But deep down, he felt like a fraud because his actions didn't align with his personal beliefs about honesty and integrity. When he finally decided to prioritize his values over external validation, something amazing happened. He felt freer, more confident, and more respected, not because he chased approval, but because people could see he was genuinely himself. Action. Step. Take 10 minutes today to write down your top 3 values. Ask yourself, are my daily actions aligned with these values? If not, what changes can I make to bring my actions closer to my principles? Living according to your values isn't just empowering, it's liberating. When you know you're acting in alignment with your principles, others' opinions lose their grip on you. You're no longer swayed by the wind of approval or disapproval. Instead, you're standing firm, anchored in the foundation of who you truly are. And that, my friend, is the ultimate freedom. 7. Develop inner fortitude. Think about the strongest people you know, not physically, but emotionally and mentally. What sets them apart? It's not that they never face criticism or judgment, it's that they don't let it break them. They've developed a resilience, a kind of inner fortitude that shields them from being shaken by external opinions. Stoicism teaches us that true strength comes from within. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you cultivate discipline, focus, and mental toughness, you become unshakable. Opinions no longer control you because you've built an internal foundation that's stronger than the external noise. Let me share a story. Maria was a young athlete constantly worried about how others viewed her performance. One day her coach said, "Maria, stop playing to the crowd. Play for yourself. Focus on what you can control, your effort, your attitude, your growth." She took that advice to heart and started training harder, focusing solely on improving herself. As her inner confidence grew, her fear of judgment melted away. Eventually, she became a leader on the team, not because she chased validation, but because she embodied strength and self-discipline. Action step. Start small. Pick one daily habit that will challenge you and build your resilience. It could be waking up earlier, sticking to a fitness routine, or journaling about your emotions. Commit to it consistently, even when it's hard. As you develop inner fortitude, you'll find that external opinions matter less and less. You'll stop seeking approval and start standing firm in your own beliefs. Strength isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, one step at a time. When you master this, you'll stop worrying about what others think and start living life on your terms. 8. Practice indifference, amor fati. Imagine being so at peace with life that no amount of criticism, judgment, or negativity can shake you. This isn't some unattainable fantasy. It's the Stoic principle of indifference, or what they call amor fati, love of fate. It's the art of accepting everything that happens, including criticism, as neutral or even beneficial. The Stoics believed that events and opinions are not inherently good or bad. It's our judgment of them that creates suffering. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When you embrace indifference, you stop letting others' opinions control your happiness. Criticism becomes just another fact of life, like rain on a cloudy day. You don't curse the rain, you simply accept it and move forward. Take James, for example. He was a writer who dreaded negative reviews. Every time someone criticized his work, he'd spiral into self-doubt. But after studying Stoicism, he started reframing criticism. Instead of seeing it as an attack, he saw it as an opportunity to improve, or simply ignored it if it wasn't constructive. By embracing amor fati, he found freedom. He wrote boldly, unapologetically, and his work flourished. Action step. Think about a recent criticism or judgment you've received. Ask yourself, is this something I can learn from? If yes, take the lesson. If no, let it go. Repeat this mantra. I am indifferent to what I cannot control. When you practice indifference, you reclaim your power. Criticism and judgment no longer define your worth. Instead, they become background noise, a natural part of life that you accept and move beyond. This mindset doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you unstoppable. Embrace amor fati and watch how your world transforms. 9. Limit exposure to negative influences. You've heard the saying, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. The truth is, your environment plays a massive role in shaping your thoughts, emotions, and even your self-worth. If you surround yourself with overly critical, judgmental, or toxic people, it's no wonder their opinions weigh heavily on you. The Stoics were very intentional about their associations. Seneca wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." In other words, choose your circle wisely. If your life is filled with people who constantly tear you down or make you question your worth, it's time to reevaluate who deserves your energy. Consider Rachel, a talented designer who worked in a toxic office environment. Every idea she pitched was met with skepticism, and every success was downplayed. She began to internalize their negativity and doubted her abilities. When she finally left that environment and joined a supportive team, everything changed. She thrived, not because she needed approval, but because she wasn't constantly fighting against toxic energy. Action step. Audit your social circle and environment. Make a list of the people or situations that drain you emotionally or amplify your insecurities. Then, create a plan to limit your exposure to these influences. If you can't cut ties completely, set firm boundaries to protect your mental space. On the flip side, seek out people who inspire, challenge, and support you. Spend time with those who encourage growth and celebrate your authentic self. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Don't waste them on negativity. By consciously curating your environment, you'll feel lighter, more confident, and less burdened by others' opinions. That's how you take back control. 10. Reflect on mortality. Let's get real. Life is short. The Stoics were masters of embracing this truth, not as something to fear, but as a powerful motivator to focus on what truly matters. They practiced memento mori, which means remember you will die. This isn't morbid, it's liberating. When you realize how fleeting life is, you stop wasting time on things that don't matter, like worrying about what others think. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Think about that. If this were your last day on earth, would you really care about a random person's opinion of your hairstyle, your presentation, or your social media post? Of course not. You'd focus on what truly matters, your loved ones, your purpose, and living authentically. Take Tom, for example. He spent years chasing approval in his corporate job, sacrificing his dreams of starting a business. When a health scare forced him to confront his mortality, he realized how much time he'd wasted worrying about things that didn't matter. That wake-up call changed everything. He left his job, launched his business, and never looked back. Today, he says the best decision he ever made was to stop letting fear of judgment hold him back. Action step. Write down 3 things you would do differently if you only had a year left to live. Are you holding back because you're afraid of what others might think? Start taking small steps toward those changes today. When you reflect on mortality, you gain clarity. Life is too precious and too short to be lived according to someone else's expectations. Focus on what truly matters to you and let the rest go. In the end, what will you regret more? Doing what others wanted or living the life you were meant to live? Stopping the fear of what others think isn't just about reducing stress, it's about reclaiming your life. By applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can build confidence, resilience, and inner peace to live authentically. Others' opinions are fleeting, but staying true to your values defines who you are. Which of these strategies resonated most with you? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear them. If this video helped, hit like, subscribe for more personal growth content, and share it with someone who needs a little Stoic wisdom. Thank you for watching. Remember, you have the power to live life on your terms. Let's make it happen. See you next time.